Testing 1, 2, 3. Ready to go?
I could hear you loud and clear.
Oh, I can hear you.
Mic 4. Mic 5 test. Mic 6 test. Mic 10 test. Mic 11 test. Mic 12 test. Step 1. Step 2. Podium mic, podium mic. Wireless mic. Wireless mic test. Clerk mic, clerk mic. Mic 1 test. Jorge, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to call to order the June 14th Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Root Askew, Alejo, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session today?
There are none today, Chair.
Thank you. Then we will be doing closed sessions number 1A through E. Is there any member of the board that wishes to comment on closed session before we go in? Any member of the public that wishes to make comment on any of the closed session items on today's agenda?
I see one hand raised on Zoom.
Okay. If you could please identify yourself, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments.
Okay. Good morning, supervisors, members of our community, and fellow Monterey County registered nurses. My name is Trina Tully Rodriguez, and I've been a registered nurse for nearly 7 years and have worked at Natividad for the last 2 years. I've dedicated my entire career to my specialty, and I feel obligated to speak out on behalf of my patients and my unit. As a registered nurse, I have direct knowledge of the conditions on our unit. The nurses on our unit are under duress and experiencing a true crisis. Patient safety and optimal outcomes are being compromised due to the staffing crisis. It's my duty to my patients and to my profession to speak out when I see cause for alarm. Unfortunately, our concerns are not being taken seriously by those who are in a position to make a change. Our chronic challenges are safe nurse to patient ratios based on the standards of our specialty, retention of qualified nurses, recruitment of additional nurses which are competent in our specialty, lack of proper rest and meal breaks, and overall lack of respect for those of us on the front line of patient care. Let me share an example. On my last shift in the labor and delivery unit, I had a patient that, according to my standards of my specialty, should have been a one-to-one assignment in accordance with California nurse to patient law, meaning that the nurse should have had no other patient given the patient's treatment plan and need for close and continuous monitoring and frequent assessment. We started the shift 4 nurses short, meaning every nurse on that shift was already at or above the California nurse to patient ratio law. Within the first few hours of the shift, 3 additional unexpected patients walked into the unit, and I was forced to leave my patient to assume care for one of the unexpected patients. This is extremely unsafe and is violating staffing ratio laws for registered nurses and our patients. And it also affected my patient's emotional state and ability to cope with her condition. She needed my undivided attention, and I was unable to give it as I was forced to do the job of 2 nurses. As a registered nurse, these types of situations make me feel extremely unsafe, and it's very stressful not being able to care for my patients as I know standard of care is not being met. Not only is patient safety a top concern for myself.
I thank you so much for your comments. They're very valued, and I appreciate your coming on this morning to express your concerns. Thank you. Are there any additional hands raised?
There are a couple. Elizabeth Vargas is next.
Thank you. Ms. Vargas, if you could please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to comment.
Good morning, supervisors, members of the community, and fellow registered nurses. My name is Elizabeth Vargas, and I've been a nurse at Natividad for the past 6.5 years. And as registered nurses, we have an ethical and legal duty to act as patient advocates. And in labor and delivery, we are privileged to care for birthing families. And with this comes great responsibility to ensure their care and safety is met. Unfortunately, this has not been the case, and we've met with unnecessary challenges due to dangerous short staffing. Some of these challenges not only include chronic short staffing, but management's dismissal of registered nurses' patient safety concerns, the eroding nursing standards, patient care conditions, along with the safety precautions that registered nurses need to do our job. To give you just a glimpse of what this looks at the bedside, recently I began my shift short-staffed, and while my patient assignment was initially 1, it quickly grew to 3. And under these conditions, I had to quickly triage and prioritize each of the patient's unique needs in order to be present for them and give them the care that they needed. And frankly, this kind of condition is a disaster scenario akin to what a registered nurse in a combat role might face, and this is just simply not okay. Each time I'm in this situation, I'm left stressed and fearful of what bad outcome might be looming for the patients under my care. After years of experiencing these unsafe conditions, this leads to nurse burnout and moral injury. If we don't begin to address these issues, we'll be forced to answer what is the true cost of providing healthcare for Monterey County. Therefore, I, along with my colleagues, are calling on the Board of Supervisors today to commit to prioritizing the health and safety of our patients and registered nurses, prioritize short staffing and eroding work conditions, and to help us settle a fair and safe contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vargas, for your comments as well.
Jessica Thomas.
Ms. Thomas, if you could please unmute yourself. You have.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi,
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. My name is Jessica Thomas, and I'm a registered nurse at Natividad Medical Center. I have been a nurse in labor and delivery at Natividad for the last 6 years and a nurse for 12 years. As a registered nurse, one of my top priorities is to advocate for the safest and highest quality care for my patients. However, due to the chronic nurse staffing crisis, the turnover and the burnout, it is difficult for myself and my coworkers to do the job that we love. The unacceptable and long ignored fact is that our Natividad labor and delivery is so chronically and dangerously short-staffed that it is literally putting our moms and their babies at risk. I'd like to share a glimpse with you of a recent 12-hour shift of mine. I was assigned to work in the charge nurse role, which is a challenging and stressful role as it is. Even if I had the adequate staffing, the support from our leadership, and the respect that nurses and our professional judgment deserves, it would still be a stressful role. Unfortunately, on this particular night, we were short-staffed, as we so often are. This required 3 nurses from the previous shift to stay past their already 12-hour shifts, one of these nurses staying for 18 hours to work and help us. On this particular night, a patient arrived with an emergency. We assessed her quickly, determined she had to be delivered immediately. Even though we were short-staffed, once again, we were able to give this mom a safe and good outcome, but this is not acceptable. Our moms and their babies should not have to be placed at risk during one of the most vulnerable moments in their lives, all because the county has refused to address and correct the staffing crisis at Natividad. So Monterey County nurses are calling on our elected Board of Supervisors to stand with us and start prioritizing the health and safety of our patients and frontline nurses. Chronic unsafe staffing is not okay. To claim that this short staffing is simply because of COVID pandemic is disingenuous. The county has not done everything in our power to retain its experienced and dedicated workforce. And as a result of these deteriorating.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas, for your comments today.
Eileen.
Eileen, you're up. You have 2 minutes if you're ready to speak.
Good morning, supervisors and everyone present in this meeting. My name is Eileen Amadore, a labor and delivery nurse at Natividad for almost 15 years now. Last year, labor and delivery nurses called for several meetings with senior administration and department management to discuss our serious concerns about the chronic and dangerous short staffing in our unit. Our management instead chose to use band-aid solutions, such as implementing extra shift incentives and hiring costly out-of-town travel nurses. The reality is our exhausted yet dedicated labor and delivery nurses need more than temporary attempts to deal with sudden patient surges and worsening staff crisis. As an example, I worked one night as a charge nurse with 7 other labor and delivery nurses, and yet that number was not enough to safely care for our patients, as majority of our patients had complications that required a high level of care and skill from our nurses. In addition to being charged, I have to have a patient of my own and attend to a newborn. Juggling 3 roles should not happen safety-wise per California nurse per patient ratio. This left me with physical and mental exhaustion and is not fair also to our patients. County registered nurses are calling on our elected supervisors to stand with us. We need immediate and long-term solutions like a fair and safe contract that prioritizes our patients and nurses by addressing the chronic and dangerous short staffing, the worsening work conditions, and the lack of management support and respect. We elected supervisors to work with us to finally solve the retention and recruitment crisis we have faced for many years now. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your comments, Ms. Amadore.
Chris Palladino.
Ms. Palladino, if you're ready to speak. You can press *6 to unmute yourself. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak. It doesn't appear as if you're able to connect with us.
Am I?
Yes,
Can you hear me
you're on
now?
now. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, supervisors, fellow registered nurses, and community members. My name is Chris Palladino. I have been a registered nurse with Natividad Medical Center in our labor and delivery unit for over 9 years, nearly a decade now. I and my fellow labor and delivery nurses have committed our years of training, specialized skill, and passion to assure that our expectant mothers and soon-to-be newborns receive the best and safest care possible. Unfortunately, that safest care for our patient is only possible if we have the staffing, management support, and respect for our nursing judgment, expertise, and experience. Sadly, this has not been the case for myself, my dedicated nurse colleagues, and the mothers and soon-to-be infants that we care for every day. Labor and delivery is not an easy registered nursing skill at Natividad. We are the nurses for the entire county of Monterey. We also receive patients from shuttered labor and delivery units, such as Me Memorial, and critical transfers from our sister hospitals regularly. Our patients and expectant moms are usually scared. They're often much sicker. They sometimes lack the necessary prenatal care. And for registered nurses, for our committed medical staff, that means we have higher risk patients. As labor and delivery registered nurses, we are specifically trained and experienced for providing this level of care. The problem is we can't do it without our skilled, dedicated, protected, and supported nurses at the front line. On most nights over the past 3 or more years, I have been caring for 2 patients at one time. The problem with this scenario is that while one of my 2 patients is in active delivery, the second patient is, to put it bluntly, on the back burner. This is not keeping with California nurse to patient ratio laws. Labor and delivery RNs should only have 1-to-1 assignment when we are caring for an active laboring patient. Yet while I'm literally praying that some one of my fellow skilled, short-staffed RN colleagues at Natividad is able to keep an eye on my fetal heartbeat in one room, I'm attending an active delivery in another.
I appreciate very much your comments, Ms. Palladino. Thank you so much.
There are no other hands.
And there are no additional comments. Anyone else in chambers who wishes to comment on anything on our closed session agenda today? I'm seeing none, so we will close public comment, and I'm going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will reconvene at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Okay. Demi said she's on standby. I'll let her know.
Mic 1 test. Mic 4 test. Mic 5 test. Mic 6 test.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 10 test. Mic 11 test.
Wireless mic 2.
Mic 12 test.
Diego's mic.
Staff 1 test. Staff 2 test. Podium mic test.
Goes up.
Testing two-way audio with the Monterey room.
Test good.
Thank you, Orit. My audio. Hello? Oh, that's weird.
You are on mute already. So if you click on that little arrow and then it says, so it's saying here that it's echoing. So just the, I think there's one that says leave audio or.
Okay, I think that did it.
So when I got nearby, it was echoing.
Okay, so it's not, you're not hearing that now, right? Okay,
So the clerk will turn on the mic
okay.
and you'll be using the mic.
I'll use this. Yeah, so I can share. Okay, great. Okay. Oh boy, which
Do you
class?
have a charger or
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for our June 14th meeting today. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Root Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And if now we could please have our announcement from the Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de esta mañana. Con el fin de interpretar claramente, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte y hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And now we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm delighted to welcome Jacqueline Simon to lead us in the pledge today. Ms. Simon has lived a multifaceted international life at the intersections of social justice, compassion, and sustainability. These themes have framed her work in three key areas: business and leadership development, education, juvenile and social justice, and governance, veterans, and community activism. She has worked extensively with law enforcement and probation departments in Monterey County, Santa Clara County, Contra Costa County, and at the state level. Jacqueline is also an activist and an organizer. She is a supporter and member of both the Communities Organized for Relational Power and Action, COPA, and the Monterey County Peace Officers Association. Previously, she was elected to the Board of Directors for the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. Ms. Simon has a get-it-done approach and is deeply rooted in her faith, as exhibited by her commitment and degree of involvement with the Monterey House of Worship Church. Thank you for joining us today, and thanks for your engagement. We are recognizing Juneteenth in Monterey County in just the week to come. Would you now please lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely, and thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It is my honor to be asked to come today and to share this pledge. I take the pledge very seriously. I'm an elected official as well, so it means a lot to me now more than ever. I also want to take a moment just to commend you all. This opportunity to acknowledge history, Juneteenth, is important to not only my community. This is important to all of our community. It's part of our history, our rich history. When I speak of and think of programs that I've run in the past, as well as a professor at San Jose State teaching African American studies, we always felt good about Juneteenth, but always remembered that it was not something that occurred earlier on. I wrote a couple of notes. January 1st, 1863 was the signing of the Emancipation Act for the freeing of the slaves, but it took 2.5 more years for the word to get out and for slave owners to allow people to leave their plantations. So we are happy, we are pleased, we are honored to acknowledge this day, but there's still that fight that we had to wait for 2.5 years. So what I look to you as partners, as people deciding to help us within the community to continue this opportunity for freedom for all of us in all of our communities. So today is about your legacy that we signed on, second year, acknowledging Juneteenth, June 19th, 2022. So it was my honor to be here today and to have you acknowledge that. I applaud you as an elected official that is adding to your legacy here. It's all the children, it's all the millennials, some of which that don't know anything about this history, but they will know it today by this acknowledgement. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Simon.
You're welcome.
And as you know, this is the first year that we are celebrating Juneteenth as a board, and I'm very proud that we're doing so. Thank you so much for being with us today. Good. And now moving forward, We will have the additions and corrections from the clerk.
Yes, there is one addition, and that is to add an urgency item number 15.1 to the agenda under other board matters. And that is to consider authorizing staff to send a letter of support for a bipartisan gun violence prevention legislative proposal. And should a proposal be introduced in either the House or Senate, consistent with the recently announced framework.
Madam Chair, could I
Yes.
ask the clerk to actually amend that to include also any similar legislation at the state level?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Council. And with that, we will continue to move forward and we will go to ceremonial resolutions. We have 8 ceremonial resolutions today, 2 of which are going to be presented. So before we do the presentations, I would like to see if there's any member of the board that wishes to comment on the resolutions today.
Madam Chair, there was the last question on that correction or addition to the agenda. In order to do that, I'm happy to make a motion to make that possible.
Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate that.
Second.
Boy, keep me on my toes. Thank you. And we have a motion and a second. Could you please do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. I so appreciate the help from my colleagues. I'm very sincere. Thank you. So now moving forward, we'll go back to the resolutions. There are 8, 2 will be presented. And before we have any additional, do the presentations, we will see if there's any member of the board that wishes to comment on the resolutions. Seeing none, is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on the resolutions? Seeing none, could I have a motion to approve the resolutions?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. And thank you very much. So now we will do the 2 presentations. Thank you very much. And it is my pleasure today to adopt a resolution recognizing the Monterey County Film Commission on its 35th anniversary. And I believe that we have with us Gary Boland and I think Karen Nordstrom as well to come forward and we will present the resolution. So I am very delighted to be able to provide you with this resolution commending you on the 35 years of your existence in Monterey County. And there are a few whereases. I'm not going to read them all, but I will be just the person to say thank you so much for the work that you do. It does so much for our community. And I must tell you that every time I see a commercial as an example on television, and I realize that it's being spread around the entire world often, I think of you, and I so very much appreciate the work that the Film Commission does for us. Would you like to make some comments?
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much for this resolution, recognizing our 35 years of lights, camera, and economic action. We are very, very proud of the fact that the Monterey County Film Commission has helped to bring in over $124 million of economic development to Monterey County, touching upon literally every facet of our economy, from ag to hospitality, law enforcement, and onwards. And we hope to continue to that. And of course, we would not be able to have done that without being one of the proud DSA members supported by the Board of Supervisors. We thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much. We could not do it without your support, and that is not a big little lie.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Have a photo here. And now it is my pleasure to adopt another resolution today, proclaiming the month of June 2022 as Elder and Vulnerable Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Monterey County. And I'm hoping that we have Ron Lee, the management analyst, and AAA council members Richard Kuhn, Jessica McKillop, Jose Vasquez, and or Kathy Bell Barlow with us today. Excellent. I feel like we've done this before. For another important one. Yes, yes. Well, thank you again so much for being with us today and for accepting this resolution from us. This time I'm not going to read all of the whereases because as an aging adult, the print is too small and I can't see it. So that's just an example. But we are very pleased to be able to present this to you and want to do this with thanks for all of the work that you do on behalf of all of the people in Monterey County. You're very much appreciated. So I will hand this to you. And I will also see if you'd like to make some comments. I know people would very much like to hear from you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. So I'd like to just give some information about elder and dependent adult vulnerability in Monterey County. Thanks to the board for acknowledging this important work that is done by the whole community. But I wanted to focus on a couple of organizations that do the lion's share or a significant amount of work to ensure the safety of elders and dependent adults in Monterey County. So I want to share some facts and figures with you. So in terms of individuals who live in the community, Penal Code 368 defines what our mandates are as a county in providing supports and services for individuals who may be experiencing neglect or abuse who live in the community. And we have a whole series, or a whole unit of social workers and public health nurses that work tirelessly to provide supports and services for those individuals. And some numbers on that. Let me back up. So in terms of statute, an elder is defined or was defined as someone 65 years of age and older. However, this last year, that has been reduced to now 60. So if you are 60 years of age or older in the state of California, you are considered an elder. So there may be some of us in the audience that meet that criteria. But in 2020 to 21, adult protective services reports increased by 17%. And result in over 2,200 reports of neglect or abuse of elders or dependent adults in Monterey County in 20 or 21. Currently, we're seeing that trend continue, which is not surprising given the fact that now the age to meet that criteria has gone from 65 to 60. So we are currently expecting or anticipating another 15% increase in the number of reports that we're going to receive from the community. And with a projected total of over 2,500 reports of abuse or neglect of elders and dependent adults living in the community in the years or from 21 to 22. I did want to give also acknowledgement to our unit of social workers who work on our information and referral program. So these are really the face of the Monterey County Department of Social Services Aging and Adult Services branch to the community. They take the calls from our public, from our community partners, and they work really diligently to try to ensure that those folks get access to either county or other services that are available in the community to help meet their needs. But they do make those required reports to Adult Protective Services if the call constitutes any kind of suggested abuse or neglect of that elder. So far this year, in the last 12 months, roughly a third of the referrals that were sent to Adult Protective Services were determined to be founded. To be confirmed. But the social workers still provide significant services to those other 2/3 in terms of connecting them with available supports and services. I also want to acknowledge the Ombudsman program through the Alliance on Aging that provides the same kinds of interventions and supports for individuals who are living in licensed facilities. Lastly, I really want to, or next to last, I want to acknowledge all of our community partners that work hand in hand with Adult Protective Services and the Ombudsman program, including law enforcement, the District Attorney's Office, our nonprofits, Meals on Wheels, Alliance on Aging, Health Project Center. There's just too many to mention currently today, but interaction and collaboration with those nonprofits is crucial in the provision of these services. And finally, I want to thank the Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council who drafted this resolution, particularly Bobby Blakeney, who actually did the language on the resolution for the council's approval. Today, we have Richard Kewen, who is the council chair, and Jessica McKillop, who is on the council. And I believe remotely, we may have Kathy Bell Barlow on the call. So I'm going to hand the mic over to them for any additional comments. And thank you, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to also thank the Board of Supervisors for presenting this resolution and being there, helping us along the way. And I do this on the part of all of our senior advisory members.
And I think some of the board members or the county council may want to make a comment today. Thank you very much. And County Council, were you, sorry, Mr. CAO, were you going to make some comments?
Just real briefly, thank you. And as previously as County Council and now as CAO, I just want to thank all the work that the AAA does, Ron Lee does with social services, and the work that that you connect throughout the county and throughout our nonprofit organizations. I think it's really important, whether it's through the district attorney's office or the county council's office, and obviously the work through the nonprofits that you mentioned. And Ron, and just, you know, your dedication has been something that I think has been unsung over the last several years. So I want to make sure that we sing your praises and thank you for everything you've done. It's been a big, big plus.
Thank you very much, everyone. Very lovely presentations. We have one appointment today, and it is to appoint Sandy Austin as the Housing Advisory Committee with the term ending on June 14th, 2024, nominated by Supervisor Phillips. Can I have a motion to, or is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on the appointments? I'm seeing none. Could we have a motion to approve the appointment?
Move approval.
Second. Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we will go to the consent calendar. We have today items 18 through 55. Is there any member of the board that wishes to pull anything from our consent calendar today?
Yes, number 40.
40.
40.
Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Root Askew, yes?
Thank you. I need to pull 34 for a separate vote, please.
34 for separate, okay. And Supervisor Lejo?
None.
Okay, thank you very much. We will go for just comments first from, let's see, actually, is there any member of the public that wishes to pull anything from the consent calendar? I'm seeing no one. Is there anyone? Nope. Okay, we're seeing none. Thank you very much. We will come back and I'm going to take comments first, then we'll take a vote, and then we'll take 34 separately. Comments on 40?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the safe parking program, but what I am opposed to is how we've kind of gommed it around at the location in Marina, and now we have this fence up, and we got to let people in and out of the fence to try to keep people out of it. And I stopped by there the other night, and there was a few people in there, but then there was a lot of other people that just parked along that area outside the fence. But we just got to get rid of that and find the other places where we don't have to pay half our costs for security on it. And that's the only reason we have security. We have that fence up and we have to let people up and down. And we've been talking about this. There's no reason they can't go and find some other locations. I mentioned where your office is at Aguajito. There's parking lot there. Why we can't do that? But my offense is 50% of the contract budget isn't going to helping the people. It's going to the security because of the situation's been created down there. So that's my concern. I think the sooner or later we get out of that and move the people to other locations where we're not paying all the money for security. So that's my.
Thank you for your comments on that. And I must admit that I was feeling the same way, especially because I do think that we have an opportunity to take a look at 1,200, and we've not had any response from that. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, as we look at this number, I just want to share that perhaps a legislative committee could look at. There's a piece of legislation that's being proposed by Congressman Salud Carvajal, and it's been pushed to next year. It's not going to be taken up this year, but it would set aside millions of dollars for safe parking programs. Obviously, he's a neighbor to the south in terms of congressional districts, but it is something that they're looking at just south of us. And that funding would be for folks nationwide, but programs like ours would be eligible. I've had some of those conversations. So I just want to ask maybe Ledge Committee and staff to look at that next year, because obviously we've seen this come up over and over again, and to have some assistance on that end would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps that would be something that would allow us to expand it at other locations as well. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a motion to move the consent calendar, and then we'll come back to 34.
I'll move approval.
Thank you. And Lopez, sorry, Alejo, were you a second?
I could be.
Okay, I thought I heard you. Okay, we'll call you a second there just for this. Thank you very much. Could we have a roll call vote, please, to approve the consent calendar absent number 34?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. And now Supervisor Root asks you if you would like to bring up item number 34.
Yeah, thank you. Item 34 is a contract for, I believe, behavioral health. It's with an organization, a nonprofit that I started many years ago, but that my mother is employed by. So to alleviate any potential appearance of conflict of interest, I am choosing to abstain from a vote on this particular item.
Thank you for that. So let's go ahead and take a separate vote on item number 34.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. We'll do another roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, and thank your mom for that work.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now it is time for general public comments. Is there any member of the public that would like to make comments on anything that is not on today's agenda? And I'll just say that for people who have called in to Zoom via telephone, the controls are star 9 to enable the raise your hand button, and star 6 to allow yourself to be unmuted. I'm not seeing any. Yes, we do. We have 2 hands raised. The first is Eloise Shim. Ms. Shim, if you could please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to speak. Actually, I think today, because I expect we're going to have a lot of comment in the second half of the meeting, I'm going to have to limit the time today to 1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you. Ms. Shim.
Okay, this is Eloise Shim. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to comment. I noticed that you hired somebody for the Housing Advisory Committee, and I wanted to comment about the housing effectiveness of the numerous housing entities on the Central Coast. In my view, the effectiveness ranks at 0%. I recently sent a letter to the Board of Supervisors about the Housing Authority, and I gave them the letter or the non-letter that they sent me, removing me from the list entirely. Then the representative referred me to different homeless entities, 9 in Salinas, 4 in Marina, 1 in Seaside, as if rubber stamping me as a chronic homeless individual, which is not true, and which I resent. Please stop funding all these housing agencies with directors and staff that take large salaries and have no effectiveness in the drastic lack of housing on the peninsula. Housing is totally inflated enough so that you don't need an army of people that do nothing. And when homelessness is on the rise. And for your information, London Breed, the mayor of San Francisco, recently allotted $70 million towards homelessness after the San Francisco Chronicle probed
Thank
the
you.
increase of homelessness.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Shim. They'll be taken to heart. Thank you. And now we have Rebecca Dmitruk. If you would like to press *6 to unmute yourself. There we go. Thank you, Ms.
Hi.
Dmitruk.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you, supervisors. Listen, this is about cats. I'm really frustrated and extremely disappointed in how this community, how this county, animal services deals with domestic cats and the people who are suffering property damage and serious health risks from free roaming cats, most especially from cat hoarders. I've been contacted by a number of people experiencing damage from urine sprays on outdoor furniture, piles of cat feces in the yard, which can transmit a terrible disease to humans and other animals and hurt the environment. This morning, a resident from this community who's tried to deter cats from her yard at no expense, right, to protect her property and her son's health. She took the step of trapping a cat on her property and attempted to deliver it to the shelter to have it impounded, and she was turned away, told that the shelter does not take cats. This is absolutely absurd. This is a plea to you, supervisors, to have a serious look at how cats are dealt with in this county, and also to encourage others who may be listening. Please, if you're having problems with free roaming cats, speak up and let's fix this. We will be contacting you for a meeting, supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Dmitruk. The next person we have up is Eva Gamble. And if you are on phone, you can press *6 to unmute yourself, or on your computer using the unmute button. There we go. Ms. Gamble.
Hi.
Hi.
I am one of the individuals who attempted to deliver a cat and was told that they do not accept them. The SPCA indicated that I should drop them off there once they're trapped. I've spoke to other entities. They say that I should do the same thing. The house that I'm speaking of has been a thorn in the other resident's side for over 15 years. She stated to me when I moved in that she was a foster. I spoke to the SPCA. They said she has not been a foster since 2018, the end of 2018 up until current. I don't know why she's not registered as a foster anymore, other than when you walk past her house, the smell is horrid. Okay. I picked up an animal deterrent to put in front of my house, and it doesn't faze them. The sound doesn't faze them. I've used ammonia. I've used coffee grounds. I have a son who's autistic and he has a garden. They have destroyed the garden. I won't allow him to go out there and garden because of the parasites. Because he's autistic, he is prone to other diseases that the parasites leave. So I don't know what else to do. I've spent $50 already on 2 cages. Okay. My cars are destroyed. There's cat scratches everywhere. I've spoken to her. She came on my property. I asked her to leave.
Ms. Gamble, thank you again for your comments. They are really appreciated. And I think we're all getting a bit of instruction today. Thank you. And I will see now if there's anyone in chambers that wishes to make comments today on anything that is not on today's agenda. I'm seeing no one come forward, and I'm not seeing any additional hands raised. So I will close general public comment. And I'm also going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with directors Adams, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and directors Root, Askew, and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. And I see that we have one item today on consent, and I am going to see if there is any member of the board that wishes to comment on this item for the Pajaro County Sanitation District. I'm seeing no board members' hands raised. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item today?
Move approval.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. And if we could please have the roll call vote.
Director Alejo. Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District. I must say, for those of you who are here in the public, either listening or watching, this is something that we have to go through, and we do this on occasion to get a few internal items that need to be resolved. So that's why we're going through all of these boards very quickly. And I appreciate your patience as we do that before we return to the Board of Supervisors. Now I'm going to open the joint meeting of certain Board of Supervisors standing committees. Could I please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Root Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We have one scheduled matter. It is AB 361, and I believe our County Counsel, Les Gerard, is going to take care of that for us.
It's the same motion as the previous item, Chair, for the AB 361. Fine.
Move
Is
approval.
that enough?
But no, I'm sorry.
Okay, is there any member of the board or any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item? Seeing none. I
Move
think we
approval.
have a motion
Second.
and a second, and if you could please do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And I'm going to adjourn the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors standing committees and call to order the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors. Can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Root Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. We have one scheduled matter. It is AB 361.
And that would be again, the same motion as previous item, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any board or public comments on this item?
Move approval.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please do a roll call?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Could we have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Root Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to our scheduled matters. The first scheduled matter that we have today is to receive a status report from the County Communications Program. And I believe that that will be a presentation by Mr. Nicholas M. Pasculi, the County Communications Director, and his team.
Good morning, Chair Adams and honorable supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation to you this morning. We have a lot to share, and I know I need to go through it quickly because you have a tight agenda. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So again, thank you very much for allowing us to present to you today the progress of the County Communications Program since its inception in February of 2022. Okay. Technical difficulties. Great. This is your county communications team, and I only point this out to you because you know who they are, and we're grateful. And I'm so pleased to be working with these two ladies next to me, Maya Carroll and Nellie Otsu. Our combined experience is 95 years experience in marketing, communications, and media. And so you have a very highly experienced team here working for you at the county. In addition to that, we have auxiliary members, Karen Smith, who's on the Zoom with us today, and Ina Gutierrez from the Health Department. We are partners in the communication process. We work together very, very closely, and we actually meet every week to discuss issues and communications to keep the county out front and keep our residents informed. So I wanted to acknowledge them here today as well. So the communications program objective is, as you're aware, because you established it, is to develop and coordinate, implement a countywide communication strategy to implement and evaluate county communications methods as it relates to departments, programs, government relations, crisis management, and media activities. And I think this is relevant because these are the primary tools that are used today to communicate with our stakeholders and our residents of our county. And so we are hoping to continue to add value to what we're doing throughout the county and communicating with the public and informing them about programs, initiatives, and things that the county is doing to make their life better here in Monterey County. I want to make a quick note about crisis communication and crisis management. I did ask Kelsey Scanlon and Jerry Millay to be here from the Office of Emergency Services, in case at the end of our presentation you had any specific questions about that initiative. But we are in the process of developing a crisis communication plan with the Office of Emergency Services, soon to become a department. So why invest in civic engagement? So I recently read an article in Bang the Table Communication magazine about why it's important for governments to engage in communication. One of the big things is that obviously, when public gatherings and public meetings, and in particular because of COVID, we're seeing less people attend meetings. So it's good to have an active, proactive communication strategy to meet the needs of the community. Also, nationwide, communities feel a little bit disenfranchised because they don't feel they're informed. And so that's one of the things that our goals is to make our community feel very franchised and also informed about issues that are affecting them. And of course, the strong need to adopt broad-based approaches to community engagement are important because the way we communicate today is very different than it was a decade ago. So these are just some reasons why it's important to invest in community and civic engagement. So a well-designed and implemented program that's broad-based will increase satisfaction of government performance. It enhances the trust in civic institutions, and it also helps to make better, more robust and resilient solutions by involving people, and shows how time and resources are being allocated. Communities are happiest when they feel well-informed about local government, business, and opportunities to be part of policy formation. And of course, finally, the extent to which community feels engaged is consistently one of the most important factors in explaining community satisfaction. And this was a nationwide research that was done, what's called a Micromex study that was done in fall of 2021. So one of the things that we established as soon as the program began here at the county was we established a communications plan with actionable initiatives and with strategic purpose. And the packet that you received prior to the meeting has a detailed outline of what those plans are, but we broke them up into three categories: short-term, midterm, and long-term initiatives and goals. The next step was to develop a comprehensive plan, and that plan outline is included in your packet, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about that later in this presentation. And then finally, we are going to be tracking our accomplishments and what we're working on so that we can report back to you as necessary on the progress that we're making in overall communications. So there are some very successful short-term initiatives that we're happy to report as a team. First, we are continuing to expand COVID messaging in partnership with the health department's communications team, which I mentioned was Karen and Ina. We are actively engaged in that. As a matter of fact, we are just rolling out some new COVID communications this week to get us through the July 4th weekend. And hopefully after the first of the year, we'll be able to continue with some of that messaging, especially because school coming back very soon. It's amazing how quick the summer goes by. As you're aware, you approved us receiving a grant for $20,000 to do specific outreach to the African-American community. And that was a wildly successful campaign with over 600,000 impressions seen in that campaign over the course of a 6-week period. We're in the process of developing a new press briefing room upstairs on the 3rd floor. And that way it'll enhance our ability to communicate with the press and to keep them informed and to give a professional presentation of the issues that are going on in Monterey County. We rebooted the CAO's newsletter. So we are now embarking on our 3rd newsletter that Charles puts out. It's on a monthly basis, and it's been very well received since it's been reintroduced. I rewrote the county public relations policy, which has been reviewed by the CAO's office as well as the county council's office, and will be implemented in the coming weeks and months ahead as soon as it gets presented to the department heads at tomorrow's meeting. And then, of course, we talked about the communications policy that we're working on that has to do with the brand policy and the use of the county seal, the county emblem, and proper protocols for such. We are greatly expanded our social media efforts since the beginning of February. Our social media engagement is up tremendously. We're getting a lot more favorable responses through social media, and we're seeing a real strong, tight engagement with the community with these activities. We're also initiated listening sessions with all the departments. To date, we've listened to 21 departments with regard to what their issues were in communications, and we're in the process of sifting through that information so that we can help departments develop a more comprehensive approach to their communications. We helped the county IT department refresh the county homepage of the website, which is a great improvement from what it was. And there's more work to be done there, and we're excited about that and working very closely with the great staff at the county IT department. And as I mentioned, we are in the process of creating a communications plan for the EOC. And that process has begun, and we are very engaged with the team at the Office of Emergency Services. They've been great to work with. I have to say a special shout out because they welcomed us with open arms, and they were glad that the 3 of us are here to help them achieve their strategic objectives for emergency communications. We have a lot to learn, I will say, and we are learning something every day. Just to get through all the acronyms is hard enough. And then we deployed a media survey, which is, I think, very significant. Maya came to me a couple months ago with the idea of doing a survey. Her and I worked on some questions, and I'm going to present the results of that to you here very shortly. This was in your packet, but the refresh of the county homepage. Some other additional short-term successes, as you all know, we've met with your offices individually. And I listed some of the departments we've met with, but now it's 21. So this presentation was actually ready to be presented to you in May. We have met with 21 departments so far, and we're in the process of scheduling the rest of them. We also refreshed the COVID weekly update. So as you know, several months ago, it almost seems like years ago, we had a COVID update that was going out to the community. Thanks to Nellie and Maya working together, we refreshed that update, made it more dashboard oriented, made it easier for people to glean information from, and that continues to be produced by our communications team on a weekly basis. As well as Ina at the health department created an additional dashboard that was more granular, and that also goes out that is consistent with the look that we've established for such communications. We've created a tremendous amount of new collateral material to the point of the supervisors in a few meetings ago. We are producing a lot of material for departments internally so that they don't have to go outside. Richard Vaughn approached us to redo some of his collateral material for economic development, which we have done. We've also created for the County Council's Office of Risk Management a new newsletter template that they're using to keep people informed about risk management and safety issues. Several dozen, to put it lightly, social media graphics and messages have been created. It's probably closer to almost a couple hundred, I would imagine, over the course of the last couple of months. And as you know, you give the ceremonial resolutions on a weekly basis, and we've created a platform for promoting those. And those have been extremely well received by the community to promote those on the county social media platforms. We've also created new templates for promoting the county parks. Since COVID, county parks has allowed for entrance for free, and we want people to know how wonderful our parks are. And so we work with Randy Ishii and the parks folks to get those templates out and posting them on social media on a weekly basis. And then, of course, we are working on developing a compilation of individual department branding, which was part of your packet, and I'll go into in a few more minutes. These are just a few of the hundreds of things that we've done since the beginning of February. The entire portfolio of things that were completed is in your packet, and I hope you take time to review it. It's not just COVID related. There's a lot of other things that are not COVID, which are an important instrument to tell the county story and to tell the great works that the county employees are doing to support the residents and the stakeholders of our community. So talking about the survey to the media, we did do a survey to the media to find out what they wanted from us and how we could do a better job at engaging. And so we focused primarily on the weekly briefings. As you know, since COVID started, Maya has been hosting weekly briefings with the press, and we were wondering if they were of value to the media, and we wanted to find out if we should continue it. And virtually, almost 90% of the people who are attending the media briefings said they would like them weekly, and they would attend them frequently or occasionally, which is, I think, a very good thing. And then should the county hold weekly briefings, overwhelmingly close to 90% of the media said yes, that we should continue to hold these weekly briefings. And so this was the impetus for us working on a plan in conjunction with the IT department to develop a new media briefing environment on the third floor. And then we asked about the frequency because, of course, we know that they wanted them, but how frequent did they want them? And majority of the media want to continue the weekly briefings, which is great. One question we asked that was very kind of untraditional is we asked if any of the media would be willing to serve on a media advisory committee. And what we were thinking about with that is that obviously in specific times, the media is extremely important to getting out important messaging, critical messaging in an emergency or in a kind of public health situation. And we wanted to see how many would be willing to consult and advise. And we did get a fair amount that said yes and a fair amount that said maybe. So when I look at the yeses and the maybes, and that's more than the no's, and that's a thumbs up for me. So that means there's some willingness there. And that might be on an ad hoc basis. It might be on an individual basis, but nevertheless, the media is an important partner to the county in getting our messaging out. So some midterm initiatives that are underway that are very important, as I mentioned, is the public relations guidelines and policies. This will be a written policy that will become part of the Board of Supervisors policy manual that will replace the existing policy that's in the manual. And that will be approved by the county administrative office in the coming weeks, again, once we present to the department heads, and we'll work on getting that implemented. We also working on a very comprehensive and detailed brand guidelines and policies, which was part of the packet that I provided to you all. That is a large document. It's a detailed document. It's in draft form. There is a lot that we're learning and going through the process with regard to how departments and how the county is branding overall. And our goal and our ultimate goal is to bring about consistency, that no matter what we do from the county, that we're speaking with one voice, with one look, with some consistency, and that's professional and that is reassuring to our community. I've mentioned the crisis communications plan. It is a short-term and midterm and long-term project, so it is on all three of our dashboards. And then, of course, working on an operational plan for the Joint Information Center. And you've heard some talk about databases that we're trying to develop that consist of other PIOs within the county family, but also outside the county family, so that we can, when the need arises to activate the Joint Information Center, we have all the players at the table with us. We are also reviewing and revising the guidelines with regard to the use of the county emblem. And that's an ordinance that will have to be revised at some point, and I'll come back to you at a later date, but that's in your packet as well for your reference. And then I mentioned the press briefing enhancements. So one of the things we're working on doing is standardizing how the county represents itself with the county emblem. And so these are the proposed layouts that we have created. The new things are on the your left, which is a stacked version and a semi-stacked version. The county heretofore has not had a stacked version or a semi-stacked version of the county emblem and county name. And so these are the two layouts that we're proposing for use. And of course, as you know, the horizontal version takes up a lot of space, and there could be times where we could utilize a stacked or semi-stacked version in a more professional manner. And so this is in your packet and outlined with some parameters around the use of it. We're also working on some co-branding standards. Obviously, we all know that many departments have their own branding. One of the challenges with that is that some of the branding does not say necessarily County of Monterey. Some of it says Monterey County, which is fine. We don't have a challenge with that. We just want to make sure that we are representing that these are agencies of the County of Monterey. And we're also trying to differentiate the County of Monterey from other organizations in our community. As you well know, there are, I'm going to say, hundreds of nonprofit organizations or semi-nonprofit organizations that have Monterey County in their name. And that could be confusing to some in the public. And then for departments that don't have their own branding, we're working on standardizing that, which is in the bottom of this slide, which is also in your packet. Some long-term initiatives that are underway. We are implementing a cloud-based project management system. I'm excited about this because it's a project management system that can be shared across the county. So anytime we're working on a project for a particular department or program, that department or program stakeholders would have access to a dashboard that would show the progress and the status of their project. This is important for accountability. It's important to stick to deadlines and timelines as well as budgets. We are going to be integrating a platform called Hootsuite, which is a social media platform, which will help us more efficiently operate and manage the social media platforms being utilized in the county, and thereby making a more consistent message across all county platforms, and also providing very good detailed analytic data for us so that we can actually measure results of the things that we're doing and the communications that we're putting out. We are developing a guide to county services. One of the things that we think is important that we've heard from a number of people in doing interviews and listening sessions is that, what does the county do? And obviously there's certain things people know about very well, but there's a lot of things that people don't know about. And we feel it's important that they do know services are available to them and how to access those services. And so we are going to develop a user guide for that. We also are working with County ITD on a plan to overhaul the county website that has been a topic of a lot of conversation over the last several months, and that's something that we're very aware of. And we are meeting with them almost on a weekly basis, depending on schedules, to kind of plan this out. It's going to be a long-term plan, but we are working on it. And I want to make a shout out to the HR department, because they're the first department to actually be overhauling their site completely, working with Arturo and Irma, and they are doing a tremendous job in streamlining the way they're presenting information. And we're hoping that to be a model for other departments in the county. We have spent a tremendous amount of effort on improving county government channel content, and we are implementing a county content improvement plan. Some notable things to mention, I think, is that we have gotten an agreement from the Panetta Institute to allow us to rebroadcast the lecture series on our county government channel, which we think is a great thing for the community. We are also receiving a documentary from the Grower Shipper Association that documents the history of agriculture in the Salinas Valley and Monterey County, and that'll be airing. And then, of course, we've worked with the Monterey Symphony as well. There was a documentary done about the Monterey Symphony, and we are going to be broadcasting that on the government channel as well. So we have a lot of other plans to improve content on the government channel, including having interviews and fireside chats, if you will, with our elected officials, and to be able to broadcast those, and to be able for you all to be able to talk about the issues that are affecting your district through the government channel. And we're excited about those opportunities because those are promotable programs that we feel we can gain a larger audience and share both on social media and live through Comcast programming. So some of the broad priorities that we have with regard to a project update is the public policy guidelines. And one of the things that we would ask that if you would take some time to review that's in your packet and get back to me with me or Nellie or Maya with any questions that you might have about that policy. We think it's important to have a public relations policy. And the goal of the policy is to, streamline and make more efficient how information is put out throughout the county, but also to keep people informed. We think it's important that everybody be informed as to what's going on within interdepartmental, not just keep it in one department or another, but the whole county should be aware of what's going on. The branding guidelines also is something I would like to ask you to take some time to spend and look at, because the branding guidelines is going to be a big push uphill, so to speak, because it's going to take time to implement it fully, because there hasn't been one in the past. And so that's something that we feel it's important. And then after we get through those things, we're going to start to update the social media policy and best practices that's in the board policy manual. That policy was written in 2013. As you're all aware, a lot has changed in the last several years. And so we're going to update that to keep in line with best practices for social media policy. Everything we do, by the way, just want to make sure you all know it's going to be in English and Spanish, and has been. Everything we have produced has been in multi-languages. And we're also looking at other indigenous languages as well. So we're very, very aware and sensitive to that need. And we are working closely with our friends at Natividad to get resources to be able to put out information in indigenous languages as well. What we would be asking the board to do at future meetings is to adopt the public relations guidelines. You also be asked to adopt the branding guidelines at some point in the future, and also updating the county ordinance. And so I just wanted to put this on your radar to let you know these things are coming and they're in the works. And I did include the ordinance in your packet, just you would have it as a reference. The other thing that we had been brought up numerous times in my meetings with Board of Supervisors was the idea of a county calendar. And in speaking with IT, we actually do have a county calendar. It's on the website, and we're working on ways to make that county calendar more visible and more user-friendly, and also to get public events. One of the asks of some of your staff as well was that, to be aware of public events that are going on that departments might be doing. And so we are going to be working closely with department heads and to work with IT on getting a broad-based utilization of the county calendar, so that it's accessible not only to you all, but it's accessible to the public in general. And so with that, I do want to acknowledge some people that we've been very fortunate to be working with. Again, I mentioned HR. Irma and her team, Arturo, have been great to work with. The economic development, working with Richard in the CEO's office, in particular, Karina, Claudia, Megan, and Vanessa have been a valuable resource to us in helping us get this program off the ground. You have two newbies here that knew nothing about county government and county processes. And so we are on the fast track to learning. I can assure you of that. Also, IT has been amazing. I tell you, we have, as far as I can tell, we have probably one of the finest IT departments in the region, not just from a government standpoint, but in my time in private sector. These folks are amazing. They go above and beyond, and they've done so much to help us, find our way. At the library, Hillary has been great. Hillary's been one of those people that I can send something to and get comments back from her right away. She's a great proofreader too. So Hillary, if you're listening, thank you very much. Lori Medina at DSS has been a big supporter, has been very instrumental in helping us with outreach efforts, the African-American community, and brainstorming on ideas during COVID to reach those folks, as well as in contracts purchasing, Deborah Wilson. And of course, as I mentioned, in OES, Gary and Kelsey, who are here, I'm very grateful for their welcome and their support. They've really integrated us into their team. And I think we're hitting on all 12 cylinders. Yes, this is a 12-cylinder car. It's not an 8-cylinder car. And we're consuming, but we're consuming corn ethylene gas. So I am going to stop there. I did that as fast as I could and see if you all have any questions, comments, concerns, or otherwise. And of course, by the way, I need to shout out to Nick Chulos. Sorry, Nick, I didn't forget you. But Nick's been a tremendous support in helping get this program off the ground. So that is my report.
Thank you so much for your report, Nick. And I'll look down to my colleagues on my left.
I'm just grateful and thankful for this presentation. I know you guys ran through it like a speeding train due to the time limitations, but I think we're a little ahead of schedule. So just want to say thank you for the work. When I first got elected, this was one of those priorities for me. And so to see everything you've put together so far in the short time you've been an official member at the county, even though you've been so closely linked for many years, is incredible. So thank you for that. I know there's still a lot of work ahead of you, but a lot of the points that you've touched on, pieces that still need to be completed, are critical for that very point you talked about at the beginning, where communities feel disenfranchised if they don't feel seen or heard through processes and communication. And I think that's so very true, especially for rural communities. And so having you guys out there showing up at events and capturing the important moments and making sure to share them back for the rest of the county to see is wonderful. It really is, because those communities then feel seen and heard. And so as somebody who pushed, fought, clawed, scratched, did it all to try to create this particular program, I just want to thank you guys for the work that you're doing so far. And I know there's still so much more to do and more that you guys have to show off in your toolkits. So again, thank you for the work so far.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I concur. There's a lot of things going on, and they're all the right things. And that's what people always want to know. How can we reach them and so they're informed more of what we are doing and aren't doing, and so that their voice gets heard in the proper way. So you've been, it's a nice resource now when we're reaching out and having a community meeting. We can reach out to you, your team, and make sure that we do it the right way and get the information out. So thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Ruth Askew.
Thank you. Oops, there's a little echo there. We're good. Okay. I just want to echoing Supervisor Lopez's comments. This was absolutely a top priority that I had coming into the county in the role that I'm in now. And I want to thank you, Supervisor Lopez. We spent a lot of time, I think, talking about the possibilities and the needs for county communications in the ad hoc committee last year. And also Charles McKee, you heard us. Thank you for hearing us, and thank you for helping to navigate through process that got us to where we sit today. Also, just a big shout out, Maya Carroll, for navigating the whole expansion. I can't imagine what the experience has been like, having taken on such huge responsibilities in the past, and now to sit with a team that's working in coordination to support the visions that I'm sure you've had for a long time. I did have a couple questions, feedback, I guess, and I'll just roll through these. The tagline underneath the logo, when we have the stacked image, says proudly serving the community since 1850. And I'm just wondering if there's been any conversation, or I'll make a suggestion that we should have maybe some conversation about updating that so that there's something more meaningful in that language. Something related to our mission, or the fact that we are local government at work for the people of Monterey County, or something that's a little more descriptive. So I'll leave that feedback with you to work from. I did have a question about, there's a number of other contract support positions. And I'm wondering, Nick, if you can just speak to how you're looking at including those in our communications organizational structure. And for instance, we have the audiovisual contract for public meetings. You mentioned the government channel, but where does that fit into the organizational structure, as well as all of the departmental PR and PIO positions that exist? How do you see those working structurally for the communications team moving forward?
Thank you for your question, Supervisor. So with regard to the contract with the audiovisual for the meetings, obviously that's a contract that is through the county ITD, and we work very, very closely with them. We have allocated a portion of that budget what's called PEG funding that we're utilizing for video production on significant events that are happening around the county. For example, yesterday we were down in San Lucas, I'm sorry. I knew I was going to mess that up. We were down in San Lucas for the groundbreaking ceremony, and we had the contractor that has the contract with the county down there with us, Alex, as you know, he's behind the magic door, and videoing that event so that we can utilize that for government channel programming and other such purposes in social media and to keep the community informed. So we'll continue to do that. In fact, we have a number of requests already for the next fiscal year that we are evaluating. With regard to and Maya, by the way, I have to say a shout out to Maya. Maya knows that process and that contract inside and out. Would it not be for Maya, I would not really know which one end was up. So I want to thank Maya for that. She's really helping me understand that's a new concept that for me in my new position. Going back to the tagline, yes, I agree with you. The tagline is something that needs to be updated. That's the current tagline that we just put in there as a place saver. So well noted, and I appreciate that feedback. What was the other? Did I miss?
No, you're good. I just have a couple more I'll roll through here. I think just as on the list of things to do is to clean up. I think we have some multiple accounts floating around on social media as well as old cached websites. So at some point we can add that to the list of things to take a look at. And then a directory of all of our county social media accounts with a primary point of contact. I'm sure that we've got that's in the works as well. But I think that would be something that would be really helpful for everyone. And then my last question is really around, I think I'm really pleased that we now have a bilingual media coordinator in the county. I think that was something that we saw and all experienced as a pretty significant gap in the last couple of years as we worked to try to get really critical life-saving information out to the community. But I think that the intention was really to go beyond just having information in multiple languages, and it really was to try to understand and ensure that our communication efforts were bicultural as well, and meeting the needs, not just language needs, but the broader communication needs of everyone in our county. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit more to the efforts to reach our Spanish-speaking community beyond just providing the information we're putting out in Spanish, but what else is in the plans to really connect with our non-English speaking or our Spanish speaking county residents?
That's a great question. Thank you again for that question. I want to go answer that, and I'm going to go back to your previous question about the connection with other PIOs in the county. So we are working very closely with a number of people in the county on the cultural side of things, not just the language side of things. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we do meet on a weekly basis with other partners in the county to kind of sift through and brainstorm on ideas to make sure that everything we're doing is culturally sensitive, and that's very much a priority for us. So we recognize very well that it's not just language, that culture is important too. And so that means things like as simple as people take for granted proper use of photography. You know, if you're speaking to a specific demographic, you want your imagery and your colors and all the nuances and the way you speak to be sensitive to those particular cultures. So those are things that are being all taken into consideration. One thing I failed to mention in my report, because I was going way too fast, is that we are working on a resource library for other departments to access. So that includes things like photography, color charts, you know, what we would call in the professional marketing world a brand personality board. So a brand personality board that speaks of the county's personality and how that personality relates to and interconnects with the community at large. So that is very much part of what we discuss at all times. And we also, I don't want to say rebooted or resurrected because it's always been in place, but we've put greater emphasis on what in the county, there's a social media working group. And so we are very engaged with the other departments and the people within those departments that are operating or in charge of managing their various different social media platforms to make sure that we are speaking with one voice and that we are being culturally sensitive across the board. We did, for the first time ever, actually have a seminar that we put on called Understanding Your Market. And I was very proud of that. We had 68 people from the county attend, some from your offices. And that was diving deep into demographic information, socioeconomic information, cultural information with regard to how to reach and the appropriate means of reaching target audiences. So very much on top of our mind. To your question earlier about connections with other departments and PIOs and other departments, or those that are responsible for public information, it is my vision, and it's on the strategic plan outline that I provided to you, to have a countywide communications summit. My goal is to have a communications summit where we get together for at least a day, possibly two, with other professionals throughout the county that have a responsibility to communicating outbound and inbound, and look at brainstorm ideas and ways to be more efficient about it, to work together, to collaborate more, to tell the county story in a very appropriate manner, succinct and appropriate manner, so that the residents and the stakeholders of our county really have a great understanding on what we're doing for them to make their life better. And so I hope that answers your question, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you so much. And there is a detailed presentation that's attached for anyone who's interested, attached to the Legistar item for this. And I would encourage folks to take a closer look at it if you're interested. But I think there's so much opportunity for us to tell the county story. And I'm really pleased at how quickly you all have hit the ground and found your groove working together. And I don't know if anyone can see on Zoom, but I see Karen Smith has her county stacked logo up, or horizontal logo up on the screen. It looks great. So thank you again for everything you're doing, and we look forward to getting an update a year from now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Alejo, I don't see your hand up, just that I would check to see if you want to make any comments.
I would. Thank you very much. We all know that during the pandemic, it really highlighted the need to have better communications with our public, and not only with the public, but with the press as well. And we also know that nobody's going to tell our story unless we do it. And certainly when we have a $1.8 billion budget, it's incumbent upon us, and it's imperative that we do all possible to make sure that we're informing our residents what we're doing, whether it's work being done in our clinics and Natividad, social services, the road projects that we're carrying out on homelessness. We have to do a better job in informing the residents of how we're spending their tax dollars in carrying out important projects and goals that I think they expect to see from us. So that's a given, and I'm glad we have a more equipped team, a more experienced team to be able to do that. Just and I appreciate the reaching out being done with the different department heads. Just two simple things I would just say from a cursory review over the last 2 weeks. Certainly on social media, we all know that it's becoming a more important tool of how the public gets their information in smaller tidbits, in more images, more entertaining ways. That's just an evolution of how the public likes receiving their information. But I would just say, I know our Facebook page has 10,000 followers. That could be better when we have 435,000 residents. But our Instagram and our Twitter sites certainly have a lot room to grow. Twitter has less than 500 followers. Instagram, it's only a few dozen. And then secondly, I was just reviewing, we hired bilingual analysts to help. And I was just looking at, has our Spanish language presence increased? And I haven't seen much. I think the only Spanish postings that have been put up have been those that were released by departments in both languages. So it was the property tax assessment was in Spanish and English. So there were flyers on both. Election day video, Spanish on both. And I think on vaccination in Spanish on both. But all the other postings about media events, things like that, there's been very little increase of Spanish language announcements and information. So I would just say, as feedback, I would like to see a much more increased presence. I think in our like our health department has two Twitter pages, one in English and then one all in Spanish. I don't know if we need to do that, but certainly I think after several weeks, I would just like to see a more increased presence of Spanish language information being put up on social media. The other thing was just to make sure that we're circling in with our reporters as well, because, for example, the event yesterday in San Lucas, there's only one reporter who really covers all the Monterey Bay area for the station, and she had informed me she hadn't received anything on the San Lucas announcement. That may be mistaken. Maybe she overlooked it, but I want to make sure that we update all our contacts with the most recent cell numbers and email lists, so that we're making sure we're trying to maximize free publicity we could get at some of these events. Because I think San Lucas, for me, was an example of such a historic day and a lot of work that Supervisor Lopez did, and another example of community who rarely gets any attention. And I didn't see any reporters there. I know after the fact, both Supervisor Lopez and I had to send photos and video to reporters to do follow-up stories because they were not there. So for me, those are just some recent examples where I think we just need to be, we can enhance our communications to make sure we're trying to maximize the free publicity that comes by just getting reporters at some of our key events. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Just my own comments. I can see you over here. I too am just totally appreciative of all of the work that you're doing. I think it makes a big difference for us. And one of the ways that I think it makes a difference is that when we had the staff and board retreat recently, we talked about the future of work. And we talked about the importance of really trying to ensure that we both keep, but also recruit a really talented, a talented, vibrant workforce. And I think that the work that you're doing just shows the professionalism and the touch in that I think we need to be able to ensure that we are reaching out to a broader group to tell them about our story, to tell them about the excitement, truthfully, of a career within the county government. And I am very thankful for that. My expectation is that you are working with HR when, a position comes forward that it isn't, you will be required to, but the kinds of things that I know that you guys are capable of and are doing. So I just want to express my belief that the work that Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Rudascu did at the very front to really encourage us to move forward with the position and enhancing the department. I'm very thankful for that because I think we're already reaping the benefits. And I, again, just applaud you and am also very thankful for the work that you're doing with the Office of Emergency Services. I think that's just key, especially in my district when we are always having one disaster after another, but to be able to work with them closely is very much appreciated. So with that, I will turn to my county administrative officer who might want to make some comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank Supervisors Lopez and Askew for pushing this idea as part of the ad hoc communications team. And at first, I admit that I thought it was an age thing that I didn't really understand. These young supervisors are out there saying this. I was thinking, okay, we just have to do good. We don't have to tell everybody we're doing good. What's your point? I don't get this. But then I, began to realize as they were pushing on it that first of all, Nick is same age as me, so I guess it's not an age thing. He understood it, and I was thinking, okay, well, I don't really need to see Supervisor Phillips doing a TikTok video about North County, but might be good. But it really was about getting the information out there for our residents, so that our residents. It wasn't just, yes, it's good to tell everybody we're doing a great job. That is important, but it really is more important. I think where everybody was going is, is getting the information out there in a relevant way, in a way that people will absorb it, so that they understand what Monterey County can do and is doing for them, which will help tremendously, like Supervisor Adams talking about, helping bring in new talented workers, helping retain talented workers, but also just letting people know what services are out there, what we can do as a county for them. And for years, Maya Carroll has been trying to do this on her own, which is, remarkable. And I didn't fully appreciate the challenge that she had before her until we now brought on a full team. And then we're reaping a significant benefits of that team, which is to really bring in the connection across all the departments. It wasn't that Maya wasn't trying to do that. It was just that it was, more than a Herculean task. So, whether it's Anya and Karen and Hillary, Fish and whether it's John Thornburg at the sheriff's office or Burke Brown at the DA's office, or, the variety of folks who are out there trying to do this work either as their own, because that's what they're assigned to do, or as a side piece, what they're going to do. Having you bring this as a team approach across the whole county has really been something that I think is different and is going to have fruits that are going to really be helpful for the long term. It's giving the county the professional resources that we didn't have the money and we weren't investing in before. So I think I want to thank the committee members and the board. Maya, Nellie, thanks for coming on, and Nick for helping bring it all together. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. County Administrator. I appreciate that. Let me take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that would like to make comments on this wonderful presentation we had today. I'm seeing none, so I'm going to close this item with a great deal of thanks.
Supervisor Adams, if I
Yes.
may, I apologize. I don't want to get in trouble with the clerk of the board. I was supposed to read something into the record, and I apologize. I had provided a update on current projects on a separate handout to you all, which you received today as part of this meeting. So thank you, and I apologize for the oversight.
Thank you very much. With that, we will accept the update with a great deal of thanks. And I am going to recess the Board of Supervisors until 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Mic 1, check. Mic 4, check. Mic 5, check. Mic 6, check. Mic 10, check. Mic 11, check. Mic 12, check.
Clerk's mic.
Staff 1, check.
Diego's mic.
Staff 2, check.
Wireless 2, sorry. That's right. I used to have 2 right here.
Staff 2, check.
Oh, this is the clerk's in this. No, I don't use this one. I give it for them for their presentation. So.
Podium mic check. Monterey room check. Monterey room check.
Monterey room check, good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to call to reconvene the Board of Supervisors for our June 14th Monterey County meeting. And could we please have a roll call?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Lopez, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Root Askew and Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And if we could please have the announcement from our Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de una traducción. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. Now we will go to see from our County Administrative Officer if there are any new referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no new referrals this week. The referral matrix is attached to the agenda.
Thank you very much. Now we will go to our scheduled public hearings. And the first public hearing we have is to certify the environmental impact report prepared for the Mid-Valley Shopping Center design approval and adopt a resolution declaring that the Mid-Valley Shopping Center is an historic resource that qualifies for listing on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources. And we have Mr. Craig Spencer, the Chief of Planning for the Housing and Community Development Department. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Council. Before we have Mr. Spencer, who I will finish his title, Chief of Planning for the Housing and Community Development Department, I wish to make just a couple of comments that I want to ensure are read into the record. And that is this, and I will begin now. Thank you. I want to comment on the letter from Mr. Lombardo referring to an email bulletin from the Carmel Valley Association. That bulletin reported that I supported the association's opposition to the owner's plans for the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. I want the record to be clear. I have neither formed an opinion nor expressed verbally or in writing a position on Mr. Stanley's plans for the shopping center. Similarly, I have neither formed an opinion nor expressed verbally or in writing a position on whether the shopping center should be designated as historic. I will make a decision and I will vote on that issue based on the evidence in the record and what is presented in the hearing today. It is unfortunate that the association's bulletin erroneously reported on this matter, and I understand that it has sent a correction noting that the representation in the original email was not accurate. And now I am going to call on my colleague, Supervisor Wendy Root Askew, if she wishes to make a comment at this point as well.
I do. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. And I did consult with County Council after receiving the letter from Mr. Lombardo, which included a copy of the email bulletin from the Carmel Valley Association. And that bulletin from the Carmel Valley Association reported that I had supported the association's opposition to the owner's plans for the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. I haven't taken any positions. I don't have it until today or until this item came forward to the Board of Supervisors. I hadn't had opportunity to review any written material or really understand what the issues, what the proposals were. So for the record, to be very clear, I have neither formed an opinion nor expressed verbally or in writing any positions on plans for the shopping center at Carmel Valley. Similarly, I have neither formed an opinion nor expressed verbally or in writing a position on whether the shopping center should be designated as historic. I will be participating in the hearing today. I've carefully reviewed all the material. We'll be participating and receiving additional information in our discussions this afternoon, and we'll make a decision at that time based on the evidence in the record and what we've learned in the coming hours. It is unfortunate that the Carmel Valley Association's bulletin erroneously reported on the matter and that there was any uncertainty created. And I take seriously my position here as a decision maker and the need to have full information before coming to any conclusions. So thank you for the opportunity to make that statement.
Thank you, Ms. Rulascu.
If I could just quickly comment, the letter from Mr. Lombardo asked whether the two of you could actually participate in the hearing based upon what was in the email. Based on what both of you have stated for the record here today, it's my opinion that you need not recuse yourself and that you can participate in the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now I will go to Mr. Spencer for the opening part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development Department. I'm presenting today a determination on the historic significance on the Mid-Valley Shopping Center in Carmel Valley. Before the board today is our two resolutions. One would be to certify an environmental impact report prepared for the Mid-Valley Shopping Center design approval. That environmental impact report did find that the proposed design approval would potentially adversely impact a historic resource, but it also recognized that the board has the authority to determine whether or not it is a historical resource. The second resolution would be to declare the Mid-Valley Shopping Center an historic resource based on its eligibility for listing as a historic resource under the county code, Title 18. That's our local register, the Monterey County Register of Historical Resources. Not before the board is the design approval application itself. This hearing would be limited to only the determination of eligibility for listing, and the applicant has not agreed to listing, so the center would not be listed on the county's register. It's only a determination of eligibility, which then reflects the determination on historic significance. And I will try and unpack some of that in my presentation. This all began back in 2019. There was some painting that occurred on some of the buildings. At that time, HCD became aware of the painting, and an inspector requested that the contractor and the owner apply for a design approval to change the colors of the building. And they did that. There was quite a bit of interest in what was going to occur outside of the painting. On that design approval application, HCD sent the matter to the Carmel Valley Land Use Advisory Committee for review on July 15, 2019. And among other recommendations, the advisory committee suggested referring this matter to the Historic Review Board. They then continued the hearing from the Land Use Advisory Committee and made a recommendation with some other suggestions, but that has to do with the design approval, and I won't go into those. As it relates to the historic determination, the applicant then had Dr. Anthony Kirk prepare a historic evaluation for the shopping center, and he submitted that evaluation to the county. That was part of the second review of the Land Use Advisory Committee. And Dr. Kirk found that it did not qualify as a historic resource. In response and in opposition to that, the Carmel Valley Association had prepared another historic analysis from Page and Turnbull. Page and Turnbull's initial determination was submitted as a letter to the county, finding that it did qualify for listing, and then subsequently the actual historic survey was submitted to the county, supporting their conclusion that it did qualify for listing. So that created a situation where there were competing historic opinions. It went on from the Dr. Kirk and Page and Turnbull decisions, competing against one another, to then the applicant hiring two additional historic consultants who both found that it was not historic. That would be Dr. Laura Jones and Dr. Barbara Lamprecht. So those evaluations prepared at the direction of the applicant are both part of your packet and part of the EIR. Separately, Dr. Diana Painter, under contract with the county's EIR consultant, prepared a separate historic analysis, and she found that it was historic. So we have two historians suggesting that it is qualifies for listing as a historic resource, and 3 from that suggest that it is not. When there are competing historians or expert opinions, Sequa directs that a environmental impact report should be prepared, and that is required to analyze the difference in opinions, and it also requires that we treat it as significant for the purposes of preparing the EIR as an informational document. So we worked with the applicant, we prepared a draft EIR, we circulated it for public review, and received 3 comment letters, one from the Carmel Valley Association supporting their prior position that it should be determined eligible for listing as an historic resource. A couple of letters from some neighbors along Center Street behind the shopping center that were concerned about buffers, given that there's some activity and deliveries happening, particularly behind the Safeway building that used to be buffered with some vegetation, and they wanted that restored. That could be considered as part of the design approval, but that was a comment on the EIR. And then we received a comment letter from Mr. Lombardo on behalf of the applicant that actually included the other historic opinion from Dr. Lamprecht. We compiled those comments on the draft EIR and prepared a final EIR that contains responses to those comments, and that has all been put as part of your package before the board. So the real points of disagreement between the historians are that whether or not the project qualifies as a historical resource, and primarily discussions revolve around whether or not Olaf Dahlstrand should be considered a master architect. If Olaf Dahlstrand is considered a master architect, it could qualify for listing as the work of a master. The arguments went on to cover whether or not the shopping center in its current condition retains integrity of its original design. The integrity question only applies if it's determined to be significant in the first place. Then it needs to also have integrity, and both need to be present in order to be considered a historical resource. Again, the historians had differing opinions along the same lines that I've already described. So the design approval that was analyzed in the EIR had all of this information. It did determine that the board has the authority to designate and determine and declare whether or not the property is historic resource at the local level. The design approval action is not part of today's action, but the EIR also considered the potential impacts of the design approval if it were considered at some point in the future. And that is not part of the action we're asking for you to consider today, only the determination of significance and the certification of the EIR. So just a little bit on Olaf Dahlstrand. This is pretty well documented amongst all the historians. He was graduated from Cornell University and with a degree in architecture. He worked for the Fred and Louise Langhorst in the Bay Area and took over their practice when they moved to Europe. He later worked for Skidmore, Owens and Merrill in the Bay Area. He had definite inspirations from Frank Lloyd Wright, as are reflected in a lot of his works. He's known for his rendering skills and worked with John Carl Wernicke on the JFK Memorial and renderings for the Del Monte Shopping Center. He designed the original Carmel Plaza, which no longer retains integrity, and the Wells Fargo Bank, which has been determined eligible for listing in the city of Carmel's historic resources. And his work is documented and recorded in the Environmental Design Archives at the UC Berkeley campus. The Mid-Valley Shopping Center was designed by Olaf Dahlstrand in the 60s, at a time when Carmel Valley was transitioning from a mostly agricultural setting to a more residential suburban setting. And it does contain similarities with some of Dahlstrand's other works. As it pertains to today's item, I have a lot of words on the screen here, but the definitions of a historical resource under the California Environmental Quality Act, or Sequa, have kind of four parts to it. Really, at issue here is there are surveys that have identified that the center could be historical, and there are some that haven't. There's a determination by the lead agency, which is us, the Board of Supervisors, on whether or not it qualifies for listing. I have some information here on the standards for that, but I'll let County Council address that if I can take a moment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the board. Just a brief discussion on the standards applicable in making your determinations. As Mr. Spencer has said, we're really looking at what the Sequa guidelines talk about in terms of what is a historic resource, when it is to be accepted that it is one, when it is presumed to be one, and when it is up to you to decide that it is one. So here, as Mr. Spencer indicated, we have two what are called historical resource surveys under Sequa and pursuant to the Public Resources Code. So the initial decision to determine whether or not the structure is a historic resource falls under A2, which is at the top of the screen. And because of the surveys, it is presumed to be a historical resource, and that is why the EIR presumed it to be a historical resource. However, the board may find that it's not, based upon a preponderance of the evidence. And let me just talk briefly about what that means. So I'm going to quote from some court decisions on what it means, because there are different definitions on what preponderance of the evidence means. One court has said it simply means what it says, that the evidence on one side outweighs or preponderates over, is more important than the evidence on the other side, not necessarily in the number of witnesses or quantity, but in its effect on those to whom it is addressed. Preponderance of the evidence has also been defined as meant such evidence as, when weighed with that opposed to it, has more convincing force, and from which it results that the greater probability is in favor of the party upon whom the burden rests. Also, preponderance of the evidence simply requires the trier of fact, that is the Board of Supervisors, to believe that the existence of a fact is more probable than its non-existence. And finally, it is the weight of the evidence, i.e. more than 50% proof. In my opinion, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, so the preponderance of the evidence applies in this case. So it is presumed to be a historic resource because of the surveys that exist. You can decide by a preponderance of the evidence that it is not. If you do not make that determination, the next step is approving the staff recommendation, which finds it to be a historical resource. Remember, you're going into this with only the presumption that it is. You still have to make a determination that it is, unless you decide the other way, as I've just described. Making that determination is subject to the substantial evidence in the record standard, which is different than a preponderance of the evidence. And it is substantial evidence in the record, in light of the whole record, that you will base a determination on whether it is or it is not historic. So I just wanted to explain the differences that are applicable to these decisions, and I'm happy to answer any questions if the board has any questions about how those standards apply.
Thank you, Mr. Council. Is there any question from the board members who are present? Any questions from the board members who are remote? Do you see any hands raised? I do not. Okay. I do not from the boards of supervisors at this point.
Okay.
Yes,
I will
back to
continue
you,
on.
Craig.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair. And thank you, County Council. So I do have one other definition on the screen here. That is the definition of a historic resource under the Monterey County Code, which I won't read, but we are applying Title 18, Chapter 18.25 of the Monterey County Code, which establishes the criteria for listing of a historic resource on the local register. It also vests the board with the ability to make the determination on the listing, and that all relates back to listed or eligible for listing under Sequa.
So can I ask just a question on that? So it doesn't have to be all of those things. It could just be one of those things. Any structure, object, fence, site, or portion of a site has a significant historic or cultural value, right?
Yes. Actually, I think the standard that we're looking at is on the next screen here.
Thank you.
So the criteria in Chapter 18.25 for listing would be one of these listed items. Again, a lot of text on the screen, but there are A, B, and C, and there are multiple numbers under each. If it's determined that the Mid-Valley Shopping Center meets the criteria from any one of these, it could be eligible for listing on the local register. The real crux of the matter in debate amongst the experts has been A5, which represents the work of a master builder, engineer, designer, artist. The historic review board or the board of supervisors could find that it qualifies under any one of these criteria. But the EIR focuses on criteria A5, and so do the competing historian opinions. Addressing the integrity issue, there are 7 aspects of integrity according to the National Register criteria and the Secretary of Interior standards from the Department of the Interior. Those are listed here. And in order to retain integrity, the standards say that all or most of these would be present. Those are the location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. That's the ability of the structures and the site to convey its original historic design and integrity. And so again, there's competing opinions on this matter, but it only applies if you find that it's eligible for listing or it could be determined to be a historic resource. And then you'd have to find that it does retain its integrity of original design. This matter was brought to the Historic Resources Review Board of the Monterey County on February 3rd. That matter was continued to allow additional time to return with more information. And on April 7th, 2022, the Historic Resources Review Board adopted a resolution by a vote of 7-1, recommending that the Board of Supervisors find the shopping center eligible for listing on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources. Just to cover what that means, what the designation means. If it's determined that the center is eligible for listing as a historic resource or is a historic resource under Sequa, a project, any alterations, anything that might be done out there that could cause an adverse change in the significance of the resource, changes to its integrity primarily, is a project that could have a significant effect on the environment. So we would have to analyze those under Sequa. There are exceptions to that, where generally a project that follows the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties can be considered mitigated to a less than significant level or exempt from Sequa. So things can be done under the Secretary of Interior standards to that property under the rehabilitation standards, the definition of which is on here, but it allows for repair, alteration, and adaptive reuse of historic buildings to make them more usable in today's setting and environment. But that has to be done with an eye or idea towards preserving the historic character and integrity of the building. So repairs and maintenance would be prioritized, but changes should be done on non-primary elevations and should be done in ways that preserve the defining features of the site. It also would subject the property to Monterey County Code and our standards in the general plan and the county's regulations for historic preservation, which would mean that alterations typically would go to our Historic Resource Review Board for review of and determination of conformance with our historic preservation standards, and the Secretary of Interior standards often is debated there. It also would qualify the property potentially for Mills Act application, which would be a tax break incentive if the property owner if it's qualified as a historic property and the applicant desired to go that direction. So those are kind of the basics of what it would mean to determine it significant. If it's not significant, none of this applies, and it just continues to be a shopping center subject to all the other land use regulations from Carmel Valley and then the county code. So with that, and based on the HRB recommendation, staff is recommending the board certify the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. That would be whether you decide it is or isn't historic. And there's no need to adopt overriding considerations because we're not considering any alterations or any project, including the design approval today. So there is no physical impact on the environment from the determination of significance, but it would affect potentially the design approval or any future alterations depending on your decision. As an alternative to that, you could certify the IR, and I didn't get to number 2 before I get to the alternative. The staff recommendation is to adopt the other resolution declaring it is a historic resource that's eligible for listing on the local register, and the alternative to that would be to certify the EIR and direct staff to prepare an alternate resolution finding that it is not historic. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spencer. And I will go to my colleagues and see if there are any questions that we have at this point for Mr. Spencer. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I had a couple, because I was around shortly after this was built. Was this modeled after after the Del Monte shopping center?
There are a lot of similarities, and some of that is discussed in comments on the draft EIR from some of the historians. The argument there is that it was duplicative of some of the designs of Carl Wernicke, but there are some design similarities between Mid-Valley Shopping Center and Del Monte Shopping Center.
Yeah, I take it Del Monte Shopping Center hasn't been designated as historic.
I was unable to find an actual designation, but I believe that it is considered historic by most.
Okay. Well, and that was my next question. I'm always thinking of houses and buildings historic, not shopping centers. How many shopping centers in Monterey County are been designated historic?
None in the county jurisdiction. There are the American Tin Cannery on Cannery Row wasn't originally built as a mall, but it is a historic resource. Steinbeck Plaza also on Cannery Row, and those are the only ones that I'm aware of. The Carmel Plaza has been evaluated, but and may have been, but has been altered over the years and doesn't retain integrity.
Well, the American Tin Cannery, they're trying to take that one down to build a hotel there. So, and then I did see that Mr. Dashan was recently included in the Pacific Coast Architectural Database. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that. I know that he's in the Environmental Design Archives at UC Berkeley.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez?
Just one question. You just mentioned the environmental design archives at Berkeley. What's it take to get in there? Is that considered? Do they only accept from masters, or how do you get your work included there?
Well, I think my understanding, and there has been some communications, not including myself directly, but my understanding from indirect conversations is that the work would need to be offered to the archives and accepted by the archives based on some criteria they have, some merit. I don't think they actually have a written or established set of criteria or merits that they use to accept those.
Good. Thank you very much. And now I will go to my colleagues online. Supervisor Rudasky.
Okay, so a couple questions. So my understanding, so bear with me here. So if the Board of Supervisors determines that the Mid-Valley Shopping Center is a historic resource, it qualifies for listing on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources, that doesn't require the applicant to pursue that listing. What happens if we make that designation and the applicant does not exercise the right to have the property listed? Can you explain that, just the process again?
Yeah, so there was, so it would be, if you declared it eligible, if you declared it a historic resource, it would be treated as such under Sequa and the county code. The county's code, when it comes to additions, deletions, or modifications to the local register, requires property owner permission. In this case, the property owner is not asked for or given permission to actually add the structure to the list, the local register. So it would be a resource that is not listed but is eligible for listing. That's the determination.
Okay, thank you. And another question, when we talk about the term master architect, are you able to pull up a definition of what exactly that is? I named my kid after Eros Saarinen, so I'm familiar a little, and married to an architect, so familiar a little bit with the field, and that's a term that I'd never heard used before. So can you define that term for us?
I can, if you just give me a moment here.
Sorry, Supervisor Rudasky. Okay. Have you completed your questions?
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Just over here chatting with my council member, my council.
So the National Register definition of a master architect is a figure of generally recognized greatness in a field, a known craftsman of consummate skill, or an anonymous craftsman whose work is distinguishable from others by its characteristic style and quality. The property must express a particular phase in the development of the master's career, an aspect of his or her work, or a particular idea or theme in his or her craft. A property is not eligible as the work of a master simply because it was designed by a prominent architect.
Supervisor Rudasky, has that Does that answer your question?
It does. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I will go to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to wait till after public comment on this and after hearing from the applicant and any opponents.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions as well. And one of the things that I read was that the staff report states that we're being asked to certify the EIR without taking action on the design approval and without review of overriding considerations. And I'm wondering if you could just explain that just a little bit further.
Yes. So the project considered in the EIR was the design approval. The design approval has not been acted upon yet. And we've worked with the applicant to narrow this discussion down to whether it is or is not historic, because that is the crux of the issue in terms of whether or not this design approval would have an impact. The only impact in the EIR identified as significant or potentially significant is the impacts to an historic resource, if in fact it's designated historic.
So that's
without the design approval action, we're not authorizing any change to the potentially historic resource.
And that's what the criteria that's required to make overriding considerations.
Yeah, when the lead agency approves a project that will result in a significant effect, then you would need to adopt overriding considerations that despite that significant effect, there are technical, legal, social, economic reasons for approving the project despite that impact, but the project isn't part of today's action.
Okay, thank you. And then I was just wondering if you could give us any kind of examples, one or two examples of any historic shopping centers or districts, perhaps not here, but in any other part of the state as an example, that this project could be modeled on going forward?
Well, it's something I looked into a little bit. It's not information that is something I could easily find. I know there's a lot of discussion. There's a lot of different malls. First of all, there's enclosed indoor malls, Great Mall in the Northeast, and there's a lot of malls in Southern California that may have some historic significance. There's also adaptive reuse of properties that were something other than a mall that have become a mall. And so there's the Old Mill District in Bend, Oregon. There's Old Town in San Diego. There's a lot of examples of things like that, but they weren't all local serving shopping malls that have been designated, and there are probably some out there, but I can't reference any specifically.
Okay, that's just great. Thank you. And then if the center were determined to qualify as historic, could the tenants still be able to make changes to their storefronts without changes to the structure itself being significantly altered? It could retain its significance. I mean, it's historic characteristic, but tenants could still modify what their storefronts look like. Do we know that?
Yes. So any alteration out there, including storefronts, signs, windows, things like that, you could do that as part of the rehabilitation standards under the Secretary of Interior standards for treatment of historic properties. Those would need to be designed to retain and preserve the character defining features, but you could do alterations that respect the historic integrity of the property.
Got it. Thank you. And then, so in addition to that, like, storefront sort of modifications, what other kind of changes could be made that would be in keeping with the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic preservation?
Well, the standards aren't specific about what can be done. They're more specific about what should be considered if it is to be done.
Yeah.
So it says if you're adding area, that added area should be off the primary elevation, which would be sort of the fronts, the main parts of the shopping center you see that convey its integrity of design. You should be locating any new work on the side or rear of the buildings to preserve that kind of main character of the site. You could do other alterations. You could change signs, things like that. But the location and size of the signs would matter. So there's any number of things that can be done. It just would need to be designed appropriately and reviewed by the county under our historic criteria if it's found.
Okay, thank you. And then just finally, since I think it kind of got down to the battle of the whoever was the most qualified consultant, since that was one of the issues, to be or not to be. That's how the historians kind of go. Can you just tell me if Dr. Laura Jones or Dr. Barbara Lamprecht are on our county's qualified consultant list for preparation of environmental reports?
Well, for preparation of historic surveys, they both contacted me and provided their qualifications, their resume, and some examples of their work. So we did review those and approve them. They haven't been actually physically added to the table of consultants that's on our website at the moment, but they have asked for that to occur.
But the other woman is Dr. Ms. Painter.
Yes,
she's on our list.
Well, she's been vetted through our process, and which is really just showing that they have the right qualifications and some examples of their work. So both of them have asked and submitted that information.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that is all of the questions that I have. And now I will go out to, yes.
That brought up a question. So we got an independent person, the painter, but she reached out to you, or did you reach out to her?
She was, so we had a request for proposals process where we asked for EIR consultants to submit proposals. Each one of them suggested using a different historian under subcontract with the EIR consultant. The consultant we chose had Dr. Diana Painter as the consultant under contract with our EIR consultant, which was a contract with the county.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we have the opportunity for public comment, and the first person we will call on is Mr. Tony Lombardo. And I'm trying to make it fair with the number of hands that I have raised to ensure that there is some parity here. But I will allow you to have 8 minutes, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might, this is a very important decision for our community in Carmel Valley, as well as the property owner, obviously. And we would like to beg your indulgence. We have 5 people to present. They will be as quick as they can, and it shouldn't take 30 minutes total between all of us. So we have no, if the chair would like to give the other side equal time, that's fine, but this is a very important issue with significant economic consequences. And Dr. Lamprecht is here, Mr. Runke is here, the property owner is here, and this is a very important decision for them and their future and the future of the shopping center. So we'd appreciate the indulgence of a little bit extra time than I normally take, because as you know, I believe the brevity is the soul of wit, but there's a lot of ground to cover here today and a lot of detail as the staff, the staff and county council's presentation were very detailed, because this is a very detailed subject.
So are you going to, how much time are you going to allot for each of the additional people that you have with you?
Yeah, a total of 30 minutes. So that would be roughly, 8 minutes for me. And then between Mr. Stanley, Ms. Lamprecht and Henry Runke, and then we have one on Zoom. We would try and divide them up roughly, 8 minutes and 5 minutes, depending on who, but we won't go over 30.
That's a lot, okay? I'm struggling with it, but perhaps the individuals will take less than 5 minutes each.
I'm hoping.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank the chair and supervisor Askew for those clarifying remarks. I, of course, would not have dreamt that you would have committed to support something before the hearing, but the email was extraordinarily unusual in its contents, and I'm glad to hear that it was not the truth, not correct. Why they made that representation, I have no idea, but in any event, I'm glad we're waiting for today to make up our minds, and thank you.
And you did see the retraction?
Sorry?
Did you see their retraction?
No, I did not. Okay. For some reason, they don't send me their newsletter. I got that secondhand.
Maybe you don't pay your dues.
Yeah, no, believe me, I paid my dues. It's not to them. Thank you. But again, I'd also like to make a couple of brief comments, answer questions before I start, which is the American Tin Cannery is not a historic shopping center. The Del Monte Shopping Center, Mr. Runke is the architect of record for Monterey. It is not a historic resource, and neither is the Carmel Plaza. Listing, Supervisor asked, what does listing mean? It means that neither the county nor the property owner will be able to do anything with this shopping center unless it complies, as Mr. Spencer said, with the Secretary of Interior standards for historic structures, like he said, adding on to the back of this building, which of course is relatively useless in terms of customers and the public. And you can only change, as chair requested information, you can only change facades, storefronts, colors, paint that comply with the Secretary of Interior standards for historical structures, meaning if you determine that what's there now is historic, it has to stay historic, or you have to do an EIR to determine the environmental effects of changing a window or a door or color material. So it does have a significant effect on the viability of the shopping center. Okay, with that, Mr. Spencer can bring up my presentation. And let me go to the next slide. So as County Council stated, this is a weighing of the evidence. 51-49 is there's several lawyers on the dais and on the Zoom, and Supervisor Phillips, of course, was a judge, and so he is very familiar with this standard. So it's not a question of we like one expert. It's a question of look at the totality of the evidence with all of the experts, and what is the weight of the evidence? So there are no alterations proposed for the center, as the staff mentioned earlier. And if there are proposals in the future to change the center or its design or its color, that all has to go to the Planning Commission for a public hearing and in front of the Land Use Advisory Committee for community's input. Next slide, please. The preponderance of the evidence standard is unique to this circumstance, in my experience, because normally it's a substantial evidence standard, but in this case, we look at where does the weight of the expert testimony lie? Next standard, please. The county code section that the staff mentioned has two items that could be considered this a historic structure. The first is, was it designed by a master architect? And the definition of that includes someone whose talent has influenced an architectural style or way of life. That's from the county code. The second is that there's something so distinct about this building in its type, its style, its region, or a way of life that it deserves historic recognition. Next slide, please. The master architect question. 4 out of 5 of the experts did not consider Mr. Dahlstrand a master architect. I'll spare you the exact reading of all of their conclusions, but Dr. Kirk, Dr. Jones, Dr. Lamprecht, and Ms. Kozakovich from Page and Turnbull do not refer to Dahlstrand as a master architect. The sub-consultant for the EIR consultant referred to him as locally prominent, and then in the final EIR invented a term which does not appear in the code of local master. As you can see from the bullet points in my presentation, Jones found that there was no evidence that he was a figure of generally recognized greatness. Lamprecht said he did not have an impact on the profession or its direction. And Kirk said that he was never designated a fellow of the AIA Institute of Architects, nor did he appear in the Pacific Coast Architectural Database. However, the county subconsultant took great pains to make sure that happened during the preparation of the EIR, which I'd say is an admission that perhaps he didn't qualify as an expert. Next slide, please. In fact, the subconsultant's deep report that she prepared in December of 20 goes to great lengths. If you could go to the next one, Craig, or did you skip one? Sorry, that's
I'm trying.
The DPR prepared by Painter acknowledges that he was a devotee or a reproducer of other people's work, but not a master himself. She states he was influenced by Frank Lloyd Wright. He was influenced by Carl Warnecke, who, by the way, was the architect of the Del Monte Center. And she goes so far as to say that Warnecke utilized hovering roofs, concrete, redwood, industrial materials, and imaginative ways on a pedestrian scale in designing the Del Monte Center. And she says those same qualities are seen in the Mid-Valley Shopping Center because Mr. Dahlstrand copied those from Mr. Warnecke. He also followed the design of the Langhorse, who are also master architects. Next page, on page 67 of her DPR, she again refers to Dahlstrand being influenced by Frank Lloyd Wright and the Langhorse, and states that he was mentioned in Carmel's historic context, not for having created a style or been a style setter or a trend setter, but having followed the style of Frank Lloyd Wright. None of those would qualify anyone as a master architect. Next slide, please. There was recently an architecture historian gave a speech in Carmel Valley. Next one, Craig. The Pierluigi Siriano, probably mispronounced. He did not refer to Dahlstrand as a master architect. He spoke at length about the people who influenced Dahlstrand, but not about anyone Dahlstrand influenced. And he did not once refer to Mid-Valley Center as being a historic significant resource. In fact, as you can see at the bottom of the line there, he's describing Dahlstrand as embracing Frank Lloyd Wright's designs, tempered with the Skidmore, Owens, Merrill design language, meaning the company that he worked for before he went out on his own. Next slide, please. The second standard under the county code is whether the building itself, not the architect, is historically significant. Again, none of the consultants, I don't believe any of them, found that the building was significant or buildings were significant on their own. Dr. Jones stated that the changes that have occurred in the center have destroyed its original integrity or the integrity of the original design. Dr. Lamprecht, who's here today with us, states that it is not characteristic of any particular style. It reproduces the construction methods of combining concrete, timbers, and exposed aggregate, which is common in commercial work. And Dr. Kirk says it's not a Wrightian-inspired design. Next slide, please, Craig. The Pacific Coast Architecture Database, which was one of the rationales used in the final EIR in response to a comment letter from Dr. Kirk. Well, it turned out that after Dr. Kirk's comment letter was submitted, the county subconsultant, Ms. Painter, took it upon herself to create the listing in the database for Mr. Dahlstrand. She reached out in February of 2022 and contacted the Pacific Coast Architectural Database and asked that they include him in their database. Until she did that, he was not included. Now, interestingly enough, what was included was a description of his birth, death, and life. And then in the section regarding buildings and other works, it reports none were found. And there's no mention of the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. So there's nothing in that database that suggests he would qualify as any kind of a master. Next slide, please, Craig. The other rationale that has been given for why this should be historic is because Mr. Dahlstrand's papers are contained in the Berkeley Environmental Design Archives. Well, after I think 2 years of Public Records Act requests and unfortunately the threat of suing the University of California because they wouldn't respond, we finally got the documents indicating how Mr. Dahlstrand's papers became the possession of UC Berkeley. It turned out that when Mr. Dahlstrand was retiring, he reached out to them and said, I have all these papers of all my homes. Would you be interested in taking them? He then went to Berkeley, met, had by all accounts, very pleasant interaction with the person who was in charge of the archives. There was no standard that had to be met, no vote, no decision by a committee. The person who was in charge of the archives decided to take those documents into their possession. Those documents do not refer to the Mid-Valley Center except as preliminary drawings, and the 2 projects that are listed were done for Standard Oil. In fact, Dahlstrand himself admits in these papers, one of his letters, that he was really following the designs of Frank Lloyd Wright, that he was the quote real hero, and his job was just to put it into reality. So in closing, if you go to the next slide, Craig, the Mid-Valley Shopping Center is not architecturally significant or the work of a master. Though this is Safeway corporate architecture. Next slide, please. And if you look at the next slide, you can see the Del Monte Center and the Mid-Valley Center, the exact same design executed slightly differently by Mr. Warnicki. In answer to Supervisor Adams' question, on the photograph on the right, you can see there's a single column painted white. That would not be, those columns could not be painted white if this property is designated historic. Thank you. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Stanley.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board. Thank you for your time this afternoon. This has been a long journey for me. I'm Russ Stanley. I'm the owner of the property. It's been a 3-year process for me, and I appreciate the extra minutes you're giving us for the indulgence here and to speak about the center. I purchased the property in 2018. It was being sold by the owners of the property, primarily due to the cost of maintaining the center, and the property was on the market as a value add property, meaning that the center was old, it was tired, it was time to reinvigorate what was going on there. The current owners didn't have the cash or didn't have the ability to do that, or both. As a result, I acquired the center. And many things have changed over the years. So I'm just going to kind of read through some of this. The center, while outwardly clean, has not been updated in over 20 years since the anchor tenant, the Valley Cinema, a large movie theater, closed due to economic factors and was replaced by a self-storage business that provides little employment and sustainability, less foot traffic, less vehicle traffic for tenants in the center. And just a side note, in regard to our ability, if the property is deemed historic, the movie theater could not have been torn down. The marquee that existed that was allowed to be torn down by the county in 1993 could never have happened. So the evolution of a retail center is constant change. As we all know, with Amazon and everything's going on with the pandemic, retail has changed dramatically. And from what this property was, with a drive-through bank and a movie theater with marquees and signs and everything else, and a colorful standard oil station out front, it's all changed. And it's going to keep changing. Retail is going to keep shrinking. It's going to keep adjusting. And we have to, as a property owner, have the ability to do that. And our hands are going to be completely tied and impaired if we have to maintain the center exactly as it sat in 2019 with a dark brown color that was painted by the previous owner, not specified by the original architect, not part of the original concept of it. So I think it's important for the board to really understand this, that you are essentially putting a dagger in the heart of the shopping center. It will not survive. And it will have to be changed dramatically. As evidence of that, you've got a movie theater that went from a movie theater bringing 400 people at a time to a show to now a self-storage complex. That complex itself, it's 1 or 2 people a day going in there. And so it's really changed. I do want to speak a little bit about kind of the history of what happened when I bought the property. We had applied for a design plan. I think Craig had a little bit of a mistake in terms of your timing, but we had been well through the design review process when we decided to go out and start doing some paint work in preparation of receiving the permit. We had already received the permit to tear down the overhang on the property. We have that permit issued to us now, and there was no historical context around it. Everybody at planning determined there was no need to consider historicity or anything else, and gave us a permit to tear that down. We still have that permit. So, and I would like to continue with that. Something I do want to apologize for is, you know, there was an auto service center at the front of the station in the complex, and we were approached by a local winery, and that winery said, hey, we really would like that to take that over that service station. And the service station was on a month-to-month tenancy and all that. And so one of the things that we were going to do in this redevelopment of the center was move the auto center tenant out and replace them with a wine tasting room. Well, it came to the attention of the CVA, and they sent out an email to their, you know, hundreds or thousands of members, and it turned into a public uproar that everybody loved and respected this auto mechanic and didn't want him to be removed from the center. So we sat down with them. We worked out a short 1-year extension with them, and then we worked out an additional 5-year extension. So we've now in writing have a 6-year commitment that he has to retain that space there. So, but in retrospect, I should have had more community input, should have gone back to the community and talked about the design in advance of what we were doing. And I didn't do that. And I sincerely do apologize for that. That is on me. I should have embraced the community and their efforts. All right, let's see. So we talked a little bit about the retail. We, you know, during the pandemic, which started in 2020, we had a lot of tenants on month-to-month tenancies and some with leases expiring. And we had some turnover there. And I think things have either gotten confused or the CVA is misleading people in terms of what happened to our tenants, but we're not in the business to kick out tenants. That's just not what we do. We don't do that. And I've owned the property now for 4 years. You know, there's a big claim that we want to kick everybody out, turn it into a tourist destination. Well, we haven't put one tourist tenant in there. In fact, we went from 1 vacancy to 10 vacancies. So we've got substantial vacancy on there, but the tenants that have moved out, such as the Stone's Pet Supply, the optometrist, and a few others, have done so voluntarily and primarily due to economics and the fact that, you know, COVID had just hit and they didn't know what the heck was going to go happen and whether they were going to extend their lease.
Mr. Stanley, could you wrap it up? You've
Yes, ma'am.
5 minutes has
I will do
completed.
that. I think for me, you know, what I'd like to say, I'll just say this in closing. I think, again, it's important. Craig can't point to a property in California that is historic and is an active shopping center, and neither can I, neither can our consultants. That says a lot. It says a lot to everybody. And what it says is that this property will not function. It's not a single story bank. It's not, for instance, a jail property that you've got right next to you that was deemed historic and is sitting there. It doesn't need to be active. This center has to be active. It has to change. To change a storefront requires a mammoth effort. We've got to go back through design review, meet Secretary of Interior standards, go through an entire process, go through hearings and do all that just for somebody to change a sign, just for somebody to change the color of their door. I mean, it's insane what this designation will do to us. And I hope that you will not do that. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley.
Craig, can we have I'll try to make this as quickly as possible. Chair Adams, members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Henry Runke, and I'm principal of the architectural firm Wald, Runke, and Dost Architects. And I've been working on this project since the beginning. And during this time, I've done a lot of research on Olaf Dahlstrom. I probably know more about him than any other architect on the planet. And what I've discovered is that he was a good architect, but he had not created any influence on architecture in our community, style of architecture, but rather He adapted styles of other prominent architects of his time, in particular Frank Lloyd Wright. And I have a few examples that I'll show you. I think Craig used the term duplicative. Maybe we could go to the next slide, please. This is actually a Wright residence. It's called the Carr residence. It's a bad internet photo, but I thought it was very interesting because if you go to the next photo, this is actually a Olaf Dahlström design of a home that he did in the Bay Area. It's almost exact, even down to the swimming pool. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is another Wright designed home, and you can see the corner gable element. If you go to the next slide, you'll see this is a Dahlström design home, very similar in concept. Not a lot of changes as far as design style. Next slide, please. This is very typical of a Wrightian home, a Usonian home. This is the interiors. You can see the concrete floors. You can see the floor to ceiling glass with wood ceilings. If you go to the next slide, please. This is a Dahlström design. It looks very, very much like a Frank Lloyd Wright home. It's got the concrete red floors. It's got the wood ceilings, floor to ceiling glass. It's almost a complete duplication. Next slide, please. One of Wright's styles was to use a stained horizontal redwood or board siding with the, you can see the little ribs on it. Next slide, please. This is a Dahlström home. It's got the exact same paneling on the interior of the home. Next slide, please. This is a Wright designed brick fireplace. You can see they're doing some sort of teaching there. And then the next slide is in a home. It's hard to see, but it's almost a replica of the fireplace in a Dahlström design home. Next slide, please. This is another Wright design fireplace in a Usonian home. If we go to the next slide, you'll see this is a Dahlström design fireplace in the next home. Point I'm trying to make is that a master of architecture does not replicate to this level other master of architecture work. If we can go to the next slide, please. Here is another example. This is a Frank Lloyd Wright design with the penetrations through very large overhangs. If we go to the next slide, you'll see this is a Dahlström home. It's got almost an identical theme to the Wright home. Next slide, please. This is a Wright design balcony. You can see the tapering and the layering of the siding. And then if you go to a Dahlström design, which is the next one, you can see it's got the same details. We go to the next slide, please. Even renderings. This is a Frank Lloyd Wright rendering. And one of the things that Dahlström really excelled at was rendering. In fact, he actually, the bulk of his career was doing fine art and rendering for other architects, including Carl Warnecke. This is a design done and rendering by the hand of Frank Lloyd Wright. If we go to the next slide, please. This is a rendering done in a very similar style by Olaf Dahlström. And you can see all of the similarities, not only in the design of the structure, but the design or the hand as far as how the renderings go. Next slide, please. And so that brings us to Del Monte Center. And as mentioned before, I am the architect that has been working on Del Monte Center for probably the last 20 years. I am familiar with Carl Warnecke, who was the designer of the center. It is not a historic project. It's not designated historic. The concept on this were the concrete columns, which were very tall, slender, elegant. We've got the large overhangs. We've got the hip roofs with the shake materials. If we go to the next slide, this is actually a rendering that was prepared by Mr. Dahlström in 1962 for the Del Monte Shopping Center. So he was hired by Carl Warnecke to do the renderings for the center. So there was a huge influence because from the time that this rendering was done to the next slide, please.
So can you wrap it up, please, Mr. Warnecke?
And so what you see today is basically another example of a duplication of architectural style. And I think my point is, if you are a master architect, if you're going to be deemed a master, you need to be not copying other people's work as part of your portfolio of projects.
Thank you
And that's
for
what we
your
see
comments.
through a whole series of projects done by Mr. Dahlstrom. So anyhow,
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to point that out. I don't think that some of the historians understand or have done the research to be able to compare and contrast work that he has done with that of his contemporaries at the time that were really masters of
Thank you
architecture.
very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Lamprecht. Hello, Chair Adams and supervisors. I'm probably the only outsider here. I live in Pasadena, California. I am a qualified architectural historian, and I was very reluctant actually to work for a developer. I am renowned for my work and scholarship with the architecture of a mid-century modernist called Richard Neutra. And in fact, I was commissioned by the Association of Monterey Area Preservationists to co-write the nomination and the statement of significance for the Connell House on the 17-mile drive. So I'm much more used to presenting the other side. But I am here today because I'm quite convinced by the evidence, by the substantial evidence that purports that I would suggest that does not support Mr. Dahlstrom's mastery, nor the center's status as a historic resource. As I perform my research, visiting the site and getting to know the valley and environs, I concluded that although Mr. Dahlstrom is a competent local architect, Mr. Dahlstrom's work does not attain the threshold of master. Likewise, I concluded that the Mid-Valley Shopping Center did not meet the thresholds of historic significance. As I have many, many red marks on here because I think Tony and everyone else has done an admirable job in kind of summing things up. So I don't want to be redundant and waste time, your time. But a master is indeed a figure of generally recognized greatness. Julia Morgan, William Worcester, Bernard Maybach, Maria Corbett, Henry Hill, and many others practicing in Northern California have garnered such recognition in books, exhibitions, articles, and scholarship, design excellence, evidence in a large or especially innovative body of work. Dahlstrom is not such a figure. Dahlstrom was never elected by his peers as a fellow of the American Institute of Architects. About 4% of all architects are fellows. The status connoting outstanding contributions was given to his peers John Carl Warnke, Gardner Daly, and Henrik Bull, among other Northern California Bay Area architects. His architectural work did not receive any contemporary design awards. Mr. Dahlstrom's work has not been included among the 1,100 California properties listed on the National Register for Architectural Merit. His work did not appear in the iconic Arts and Architecture magazine devoted to modernism, and his work was noted but not featured in the national magazine Architectural Record in 1950 and 1962. I interviewed the late Donald Wald, the retired founding principal of the Monterey architecture firm that Henry is now principal of. Founded in 1963, it's one of the oldest and largest firms in the Monterey Carmel Valley area. Mr. Wald served in various executive positions of the Monterey chapter AIA and served the standard one-year term in 1970 as the chapter's president. Of Mr. Dahlstrom, Mr. Wald said, "He was a good architect, not bad. We had a lot of good architects at the time. He did some nice work." Wald told me that Dahlstrom was not well known for his architecture among local practitioners, but said that he was very active in the Carmel Arts Association and highly regarded as a fine artist. By contrast, other firms, well, I won't go into that, other local firms were recognized. I note that the FEIR contained a phrase previous evaluations and report didn't. The phrase now characterizes Dahlstrom as a locally significant master. While resources can be designated at the local, state, and federal levels of significant in the National Register, I have not found any designation for a locally significant master in any existing regulatory language. The county only uses the phrase master. One can be locally significant architect, but not a master. My goal is to objectively distinguish the status of master and not to dilute it or to invent convenient terms that are not part of the regulatory framework. I noticed that red thing is on, so I will conclude. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lambrecht. Is there another person who wishes to comment on this item that is with you, Mr. Lombardo?
There, Mr. Holmberg, I believe, is on the Zoom. He's a shopping center economist.
He is in as a panelist? Okay. Okay. So I'm not seeing him, but my hope is that if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm
There you are. Yes. Hello, we can hear you just fine.
great. I am a commercial real estate appraiser with Valbridge Property Advisors. I'm the senior managing director of the Northern California offices. We're one of the largest appraisal firms in California. My task was to look at the economic impact on this property of a historic designation, which I think are quite significant. Actually, I have a long history with this particular property. We appraised the property in 2011 for the previous ownership. And in looking at it, one of the interesting aspects is that the rents today are substantially lower than they were in 2011, even taking into consideration the change in consumer price index of 24% during that time period. I tried to find other suburban shopping centers with historic designations to study the impact of a historic designation. I hired a historic preservation consultant, Bonnie Bamberg. I reached out to over 400 appraisers nationally to find another example like this of a suburban shopping center with a historic designation. I wasn't able to find any. Of course, there are many historic properties. Monterey is full of them. The downtown is full of it, National Historic Register. That definitely created an issue. I think the consequences of putting a historic designation on a property like this are many. Decreasing occupancy rates, difficulty in signing leases, lag time, decreasing rents, lowering of tenant credit strength, diminished desirability of the property as an investment, diminished ability to pay loans, and loss of customers to competitors. Right now, the property is of course anchored by a Safeway that's half the size of a typical Safeway, which is okay. It's pretty much a captive market. But if you lose Safeway, you really have a problem. There are 5 years left on the current lease, and it isn't the case that other competitors can't emerge for Safeway. There are other locations, and even already at this time, people can shop elsewhere for their groceries or maybe just pick up a few things locally. So I made some projections based on what I expected to see for increasing vacancy, dropping rents, that showed that, and this is in a report that I submitted, I think it's in the supervisors package, that showed my projection is that the value would go from after a $1 million renovation of about $9 million currently to year 6 of 4.3 million. In other words, over the half of the property value would be lost during that time period. There really wasn't any point in looking beyond that, because at that point, what happens is the property just becomes uneconomic and it closes down. When we think of more rural areas of California, we can think of centers that are totally closed. Then the only thing you could do here is inclusionary housing. And I think that's what I would see. eventually. So I think that the historic designation is a significant and a serious one. Some places historic designation works out great in a downtown location like Monterey. In other places, it has a very chilling effect, an inability to move forward with the project. And that's exactly what I would expect on this sort of property. Shopping centers are subject to evolution. This center was already 25 years old when Bezos started Amazon in his garage, and times change, and shopping centers, in order to maintain economic viability, have to change with the times. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Okay, thank you very much, all of you, for your comments. And I will now go back out to the public. And first, I will see if there's anyone else in chambers that wishes to comment. And then I will go online. Okay. And I think we're going to have to change the amount of time because I need to ensure each side has the same amount of time. So is that about correct? Is there, from looking at the names, I do not think that there is. I think, why don't we make it 3 minutes for each person? Thank you. Is that good? Okay, thank you. And the first speaker that we have is Luana Conley. And Luana, if you can just press *6 to unmute yourself if you're by phone, or there we go. Thank you very much.
That works?
Yes, it does. We can hear you just
Good.
fine.
Good, that's great. I am here to speak on behalf of the historic registration, or the option for that. I have a prepared statement. I hope it's under 3 minutes. I was thrilled when the supervisors participated in the placement of the bronze National Register plaque on the old Monterey County Jail. You demonstrated your understanding of how our connection to the past informs and reminds us who we are today, and your appreciation of the way familiar and historic structures help provide continuity and connection in our lives. Nearly 90% of 1,100 respondents to a widely distributed Carmel Valley survey want the center to retain its architectural integrity and remain resident serving. With just over 6,000 households in Carmel Valley, not hundreds of thousands, as was previously mentioned, that was a remarkable response to a survey circulated to the entire community and demonstrates the significant cultural value of the structure as per MCC 1825. These quotes are representative of hundreds of comments. It was designed with a purpose and blends into the valley. The center is a functioning part of a functioning community for people who live and or work in the community. And I hope that together we are a more convincing force than out-of-town owners. Operating a business in historical property is good business and cost-effective. Starbucks is returning to their roots, buying historic buildings rather than building new stores. 97% of millennials say that historic preservation is important. The state tax credit program for historic rehabilitation offers a 20% income tax credit for rehab expenses to any dollar that's put into the rehab of a historic building. Numerous studies across the nation have demonstrated conclusively that historic designation improves property value. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce documents economic impact. In cities large and small, consumers have revealed their preference for living, shopping, visiting, and locating their business in historic neighborhoods. That built history in your community is not nostalgia, it's an economic asset. I am here in hopes that your decision today will not only show good business sense, but uphold the will of the majority in our small corner of Monterey County and move to maintain our rational faith in our democratic institutions. I'm asking for your support in helping us retain the integrity of the Mid-Valley Center's design and function. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conley. Next, we have Pris Walton. And you have 3 minutes when you're ready. And I think you should be able to speak, Ms. Walton. Though we're not hearing you. I can see that you're unmuted. We'll go to the next speaker in the hopes that you can get it worked out. Okay, the next speaker is Tina C. Empole. And if you could please unmute yourself by pressing *6 or unmuting yourself on your computer.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Empole. I am a resident of Carmel Valley. I live at 55 Panetta. I am speaking this afternoon as a former city councilor in Corvallis, Oregon. So I have some experience in land use and quasi-judicial hearings. And I was also active, and I'm having to make a dog lie down. I was also active in many hearings for historic designations of this kind. And so I have probably a little unique perspective of what the group is listening to today. I am speaking to support the Historic Commission's decision to encourage the board to list this as a historic resource. I do think it qualifies in very many respects. And I, listening to the arguments about whether the architect was a master, I think you could judge his qualifications of the beauty of this particular building and design. It fits wonderfully with the area which it's located. It's a beautiful resource. It's a cultural resource for the citizens of Carmel Valley. And I think its historic integrity should be maintained. I've listened to some discussion about there aren't very many shopping malls that are listed in the historic resource. And I would say that's because many of them don't have the historic beauty that this shopping area has. This area, this shopping mall, this architecture is beautiful. And people are willing to fight for it because they want to retain this as a resource for their community. A strip mall would not have people turning out to fight over its historic meaning because it's unattractive and doesn't contribute to the natural beauty of the area where it's located. This architectural design does that. And it's a beautiful resource and we're willing to fight for it. So I would suggest that the Board of Supervisors consider that and list it as a historic resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Empole, for your comments. I'm going to go back to Pris Walton and see if you are able to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone or by hitting the unmute button on your computer. There we go. And if you can see if we can hear you now. We're still not hearing you. I'm so sorry. I'm going to, you want to try it again? I'm going to go to the next speaker in the hope that we can get this figured out. You may want to just call in. I'm not sure what number would be appropriate. If there's anyone who knows the answer to that question. Okay, the number, if you have the agenda, the number that is on the front of the agenda would allow you to call into the meeting. And that number, if you choose to call in, I hope you can hear me, is 669-900-6833. And you would be able to join the Zoom in that way. And then you have an ID number that you would have to enter, which is 224-397-747 when prompted. I'm so hoping that you can get this worked out. Again, the telephone number is 900-6833. And the meeting ID is 224-397-747. Thank you, and I wish you luck. And in the meantime, I will go to Eloise Shim. Ms. Shim, you have 3 minutes when you're ready. Please press *6 to unmute yourself or unmute on your computer. Very good.
Okay, so I'm Eloise Shim, and I'm in favor of keeping the Mid-Valley Shopping Center as a historic resource because it's surrounded by so many structures of historic value, like Walters, which is closer to the mouth of the valley, and the barn structure near the shopping center at the mouth of Robinson Canyon, all the way to Los Laureles Resort, which used to house the first Chulercito schoolhouse. And by the way, Joan Baez's modern house that was built in the 1960s has been deemed a historic site, as is her structure past the Carmel Valley Village, which was her center for nonviolence in the 60s. So to deem the shopping center as not historic would turn it into a potential strip mall architecture that you'd find in San Jose or LA, which would be an aesthetic travesty. And it should be noted that back in the day, the Board of Supervisors tried to stop Joan Baez from turning her, the building that was the second Chulercito school into the Center for Nonviolence, and they were unsuccessful. And that structure has retained its integrity, and the shopping center at Mid-Valley should also be allowed to maintain its structural integrity.
And Ms. Shim, I see that you are now muted. If you want to unmute yourself by pressing start, there we go. Were you finished with your comments?
No, I was finished with it. Did you hear
Okay.
all my comments that I made?
Thank you very much for your comments. And we will move forward then. I'm going to go to Larry Bacon. Okay. Mr. Bacon, if you are ready to speak, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I'm Larry Bacon, businessman, 25-year resident in Carmel Valley. I'm also an active member of the Carmel Valley Association. I'm not an architect nor a lawyer, but I do appreciate good architecture, and I have a history of preservation work in San Francisco before we moved to Carmel Valley. Good architecture, I would say, can be a distinctive art form, a creative act. And it follows that Olaf Dahlström's design of the Mid-Valley Shopping Center is a work of art, not derivative, but original. It stands today as a landmark in Carmel Valley, well worth protecting for the community. The issue before you today is whether to accept the recommendation of the Historic Board. The weight of the evidence, the preponderant weight of expert reports, and the votes by the Historic Board should make this an easy decision for you. But frankly, I think we also have a question of whether property rights are going to trump public good. Opinions have differed about the architect, and it's been a way for the developer to try to denigrate his reputation. But the fact is, his design of the center is excellent. Stanley has his hired cadre of experts. CVA engaged Page and Turnbull, and the county was obliged to open an EIR to resolve the conflict. The resulting evidence was clear, and the EIR showed the developer's plans would have a significant and unavoidable impact on the center, in effect, destroying its architectural integrity. And constructively, the EIR also included a practical alternative for renovation of the center. Standing in the way of the renovation, has been Stanley's stubborn refusal to respect and take pride in the center's original design. We certainly agree and know that the center needs updating and improvements, and we support that concept. We also know that all of us could benefit by seeing the center renovated under approved standards for an historic property. There are many examples of renovated historic properties that become very successful economically, and there's no reason not to see that here. In essence, you've got a classic conflict to resolve, weighing individual property rights and the community's common good. Property rights, after all, are not absolute, 100% sacred. Here's a case where the project could be made better if only the ownership would yield for the sake of benefits to the greater community. In closing, we urge the board to accept the recommendation of the Historic Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. I see Tina Empel has her hand up again, but you've already had your opportunity to comment. So thank you for that. And next we see John Heil. And Mr. Heil, if you can, I see you are now unmuted and you have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you, Chairman Adams. My name is John Heil. I live in Carmel Valley for the last 11 years, and I do sit on the Carmel Valley Association board. I can be very, very brief here. I think it's wonderful that the Board of Supervisors has given extensive opportunity to Mr. Lombardo and Mr. Stanley and their associates to represent the case and the arguments against historic preservation based primarily on the lack of mastership of the architect. I want to just reiterate that the Historic Review Board has already ruled on this, your Historic Review Board, your experts, so to speak, and they heard the same arguments and did extensive review, in fact, a second round of review before they ruled that this would indeed qualify as an historic and cultural center for the Carmel Valley. So I urge you to accept their recommendation and make this an historic facility. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. We'll try Chris Walton again. And
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I had to resort to my cell phone. My computer was giving me problems. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Chris Walton, President Emeritus of CVA. And I'm here today to ask the board to accept the Historical Resources Commission recommendation that the Mid-Valley Center be eligible for listing on the Monterey County Register of Historical Resources for its association with Olive Dahlstrom. It was supported by the commission in a 7-1 vote and by a great majority of residents of the Carmel Valley. I think it's important to recall that it is the people that determine what is of value to them and what is meaningful to them. And this center, and it's actually referred to in the Carmel Valley Master Plan, not as a shopping center, but a service center full of the essential services needed by the residents of this area. And that's very important because many of those services have been lost. The structure, location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, and the aesthetic feeling are consistent with what we live with here in the Carmel Valley. They're consistent with the Carmel Valley Master Plan. And it began to change when the new owner started painting the building without permits, a stark white, and presented a plan that would change the characterization of the building and the way it blends within the hills and its natural colors by proposing something that was be much more appropriately placed on Coney Island with beating red hearts, with sterile looking benches to sit on. And I must say the loss of business is largely due to the business practices of not offering leases and upping the rents very high. A number of our local resident businesses left, including historical ones like those that started the Carmel Valley Roasting Company, our coffee shop from here, as well as the Skinnovation Center, as well as the pet store, as well as the cleaners. I could go on, and we almost lost the gas station. That's not by happenstance. CBA would like to have and work with, and we have presented this many times to Mr. Stanley, keeping the integrity of the building, which means the roof slopes, the walkways, and allowing certainly design underneath and updating and renovating of the center. But what we very strongly objected to in the presentation and the changes that were being proposed was the complete altering of what is representative of this bucolic valley.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Have you completed your remarks? Thank you. Next, we have Noel. And if you could please press *6 to unmute yourself or unmute yourself on your computer. There we go. And you have 3 minutes. There we go.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Chair Adams and Board, for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Noel, and I'm a Carmel Valley resident, and I'm also the president of Carmel Valley Association. With all the interest in the subject of Mid-Valley Shopping Center has raised, we've heard a wide range of views and perspectives on the importance of the community's interest in the center, the property owner's views, and the center's worthiness of being designated historic. These interests are not mutually exclusive. We all want the owner of Mid-Valley Shopping Center to be successful and to have a viable business that provides good returns on his investment. That's a result that's in the best interest of all concerned. The local community values the center as a hub with a history of ably performing an important function for over 50 years, while at the same time integrating very well visually with the natural beauty of Carmel Valley, and is an excellent example of Olaf Dahlström's architecture of the period, which is considered by the Historic Resources Review Board as eligible for historic designation. Conferring historic designation does not bar updates and enhancements to the center that may be necessary and desired, although there are additional steps and criteria necessary. However, this designation can also be used to advantage with the public and advantage to the business. I'd like to read a passage from a letter from the Monterey Bay chapter of the American Institute of Architects, which was forwarded to the clerk of the court for inclusion in the agenda package. So I believe you all have it also for reference. Part of it reads as follows. While we recognize the challenges faced by investors in this evolving retail environment, granting a historic designation to structures clearly does not preclude the current owner from undertaking needed improvements on the site. The proper use of the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties allows for changes and necessary updates, giving significant flexibility to the owner and the tenants, while also maintaining the character and historic integrity of this important local resource. Additionally, a Mills Act contract can be considered. These contracts have been used extensively in Monterey County and can give the owner substantial financial assistance in sensitively updating and rehabilitating the property. Creating a thriving retail environment and protecting the work of significant mid-century architect need not be viewed as mutually exclusive endeavors. In this vein, our board continues to support a historic designation for the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. And this letter was signed by Justin Pauley, President, American Institute of Architecture, Monterey Bay. Thank you very much for your thoughtful consideration about this resource that is valued by so many. I look forward to an outcome that will be good for the community, good for the property owner, and good for visitors to our area alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noel. I see no additional hands. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back to the board now for comment. Oh, looks like we have one last chance. Mr. Lombardo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly and in closing, obviously, Mr. Stanley made a mistake. And I would say, I'm sure all of us have. I certainly know that I've made my share. But he's corrected that mistake and expressed to you his desire to work with the community on any future changes in the shopping center. We'll engage with them and the LUAC and the CVA on anything involving design or color or material changes. And after that, of course, it has to go to the Planning Commission of the county for determination of consistency with the Carmel Valley Master Plan. That process would be short-circuited by designating this historic, because you cannot make changes from the structure as it looks as historic unless they meet the Secretary of Interior standards, which basically means it has to stay the way it is. So we would respect, and as I've said in my correspondence, the applicant is going to withdraw their prior design approval application, which has been referenced several times by the public speakers, as soon as he is able to do so. He is not and will not pursue that application. So in closing, we'd request that the board adopt a resolution of intention to certify the EIR, find that the preponderance of the evidence, which has been ignored here, the standard by the speakers, concludes that the Mid-Valley Center is not historically significant either for the work of a master architect or because of its architecture, and direct staff to return with the appropriate findings consistent with that action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. And I do see one additional hand, and since we still are open, I'll go to Rick Manning. If you can unmute yourself, there we go.
I think I have, and thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank you, Supervisor Adams, for the time and effort you put forth 3 years ago, I suppose, acting as a moderator for a meeting that the community members had with Mr. Stanley and his team. I remember that event quite clearly. And I'd like to thank Craig Spencer and the members of the Monterey Historical Resources Review Board for their patient and concerted efforts reviewing these materials and coming to their decision. And I hope that the members of the Board of Supervisors will respect and agree with the decisions made there by your county staff and the Historic Resources Review Board. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. And now I am going to, we have one last one. This is Kip Hopkins, and then I'm going to close the public hearing. Kip Hopkins.
Unmute.
You're unmuted.
I'm bad with a computer, so I'll just try to be quick. So go ahead. Yeah. Sorry about this. Basically, like a guy from Kashawa having to drive all the way to Crossroads Safeway to get an apple. It's just nice to have a utility zone where there's Safeway, there's let's see, UPS, there's Ace Hardware, there's the bank, there's the mechanic station, there's a gas station. I mean, that stuff's nice to have Mid-Valley. As far as the architectural beauty or it sort of goes over my head. I think I saw some photos of proposed this or that, and I thought I recalled them being, well, in my term, rudely ugly, where I just like to leave it the way it was. But let's see, my dad had his house built, and it might have actually, it was Frank Lloyd Wright's best student, apparently, who did my dad's house. And it might be that guy with that long name, but either way, blah, blah. But anywho, what am I getting at is, no, I want to leave it the way it was, although that's maybe illegal because the poor guy, the new guy, should be able to make a pink petticoat out of it. But I think we should just shut me up right now.
Actually, you're the most entertaining thing I've seen all day, so keep on. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Your comments are appreciated.
Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. That's kind of a nice way to end the public comment. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to come back to the Board of Supervisors, and as the person who's got the shopping center in her district, and as chair, I'm going to make my comments at the very end. So I would like to start with, we will go by present. So Supervisor Phillips, would you like to make any final comments? Okay, Supervisor Lopez.
Happy to go first. Everybody's kind of passing here, so happy to jump in. I agree with Mr. Hopkins. You know, that final comment, really, at the end of the day, we we have to look at our communities and where they sit right now. And honestly, if I had somebody willing to spend this kind of money to come into my community and redevelop a shopping center as a place for people to enjoy time, we jump at that opportunity. My 4 cities and my particular district would be fighting over that opportunity. So it's really hard to have seen the results of the survey. I remember I pulled up the old article that talked about, 57% of people did not want to go to drought tolerant plants in that shopping center because they didn't want change, right? 57% of people strongly opposed creating an area for community gathering and enjoyment with fire pits. That kind of stuff just, it seems like from my conversations, I met with both parties, I met with both sides and listened early. And it sounded to me that the instigating factor in this particular conversation was the potential removal of a mechanic. And it led down this stream of, well, how can we slow down the process, file. And we got out of conversation mode and into, well, what's available to us to slow this process down, to hold each other over the fire, to try to get our point across. And that's not the way I like to govern. I don't think that's good government. And I found this quote in my research the other night, and I'd love to share it. And it's, for all my life, I've been a tiger on the subject of good government. I must remind you that even when I am not at this lectern, I am still out there in the tall grass. That was Olaf, Carmel City Council. We're here talking about good government. And the root of this particular issue to me makes it really hard to say, let's string up this particular landowner over an argument and have all these new restrictions put on, when there is another example, Del Monte Center, of similar time, that is an incredible piece of architecture. Having spent a lot of time at both, it's hard for me to say, well, this one is the example. To me, it's not in the area. But we are in the area, and there are some incredible artworks. And I love mid-century modern architecture. My home is a mid-century modern house that fronts an old barn. And that juxtaposition to me is who we are. It's that struggle between the past and the future. And we're seeing it happen right now in this conversation. But I go back to origin and root. And so for me, it's about good government. And I'm hoping that after everybody's comments, we can find a way to move this community forward in a healthy conversation without trying to tie up each other's hands.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. And now I will go to Supervisor Root Askew and then Supervisor Alejo. We'll circle back and see if John Phillips has anything else to say, and then I'll make my remarks. Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. So I appreciate all of the time and energy that's gone into this. And it's, I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Lopez, about all of these other factors that touch on what's being asked of us today. And the reality is I'm not an expert on architecture. I spend a lot of time with the guy who is, but I'm not an expert on architecture. And in this particular case, I have to recognize that there were competing opinions, many competing opinions. However, ultimately, the independent opinion of the consultant that the county engaged is the one that I'm having to sort of land on as a conclusion. The decision and the recommendation of county staff, I think we have phenomenal county staff, and I think they do tremendously good work. So in this case, I am looking at the independent assessment that was done and the county staff recommendation. Let me just see if I've had any other notes here. I think at this point, I'm comfortable moving the staff recommendation to approve the EIR.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I wanted to start off just on a question on process for our staff. And that was, obviously today, the question is making this determination upon the preponderance of evidence, whether this architect met the met the standard of being a master architect, and whether the structure still retains its historic integrity, despite changes made ever since it was constructed, I believe, since back in 66 to 68, that period. So the second part is the design approval. So today it's about making that determination on its historic resource significance. But there is also other opportunities to address community concerns if it is determined that it is not a historic resource. What can you elaborate on what that process is? Does it go to the Planning Commission? Will there be hearings to address the community concerns about, some of the things mentioned about keeping the roof slopes and the sidewalks, concerns from the community that have been raised today?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. I've heard from the applicant that they intend to withdraw the design approval, but there is opportunity for a process, and it kind of depends on what's applied for in each case. If the application is for cosmetic changes, similar to what's proposed in the design approval right now, that typically is a design approval under our county code that's intended to preserve the nature and character of the community and the area by review of colors and materials and neighborhood character. And that's something that can be done at a staff level, although there's the ability for any interested member of the public to request a public hearing, at which time we would refer it to a public hearing to the Planning Commission or zoning administrator. Given where we are on the subject design approval, we were planning on going to the Planning Commission with that, were it not to be withdrawn. So there is that avenue. There are land use regulations in place that would be applicable to the site, even if it weren't determined historic.
And after the Planning Commission, depending on their determination, then it could be appealed to the Board of Supervisors on the design, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I also want to thank the staff and all sides for making their arguments and the experts that came in. But I was really trying to determine, at least from my point of view, whether it met that preponderance of evidence, whether this particular architect met that standard, that higher standard, and of a master architect. And I know there was, I believe, 5 historians that opined on whether he was or he wasn't. 3 that may determine whether it was historically significant. 2 that it's not. And I just, from my opinion, I would say I'm not convinced that he met that higher elevated standard of a master architect. Although, as some have mentioned, he was a good architect, did do nice work, but did he meet that higher level of rigor and to meet whether he was a master architect? I'm not convinced of that. But I do hear the community concerns. I also met with representatives of the Carmel Valley Association. I hear their community concerns, wanting to keep it that shopping center in line with what the community desires and its look. And I know it was intended to kind of blend in with some of the hills and the backdrop of that neighborhood. So that's where I believe there is still an opportunity for us, for the county, to address those concerns after, if it is determined today that it does not meet the historic resource standard, or it's not historic resource, that the community still has opportunities to make sure that whatever changes are made are in line with the neighborhood desires. And I would be all for that. And I would just comment secondarily that, of course, I note that there's no other historic landmark of a shopping center within Monterey County. So these cases are very rare. And I think they do determine the level of scrutiny when we do make a determination. But we all know that just generally in California, shopping centers have been struggling as more consumer desires change, the more purchasing online. It just has changed dramatically. And I also understand that there's a balance to be also looked at here to make sure that we could allow property owners to make investments that could upkeep whatever we desire today will be different in 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years from now. And that's why even the legislature at the state level has even passed legislation, some that was authored by local Senator Ana Caballero, to be able to convert shopping centers into mixed use, because it was becoming a growing issue throughout the state. And I'm just saying that in terms of putting these kind of considerations in context of trends we're seeing throughout the state of California. And secondly, also knowing that we want to encourage investment in shopping centers, and to see that such a center is being filled by a storage business. And certainly that's not I think what we envision for our shopping centers in key communities like Carmel Valley. So yeah, I struggle with this. I did read the reports, and also recognize the expertise coming from both sides. But in this particular case, I think the evidence weighs in favor of not considering this historic resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lejo. Supervisor Phillips, do you want to make any comments?
Yes, I tend to agree with my Supervisor Alejo with his comments. I mean, first of all, the shopping centers have to evolve and change with the times, and we've seen the changes made to the Del Monte shopping center and other shopping centers around my area. And I went out to that and visited the location, and it clearly is a shopping center that needs a facelift and needs some things done to it to bring it about. And here you have a theater there that's vacant, that's being used as storage, and then some other. I was impressed with the number of vacancies there, that things have to be brought around to it. And anybody that tells you when you designate it historic, it doesn't have impacts. It has major impacts that I've seen on some projects. And my crews in Rancho Cielo was working on it, and it has some major financial and it basically ties people's hands. And as mentioned by Supervisor Alejo, anything that's done there is going to have to go through the planning department for approval. But looking at the legal part of it, I think clearly we all agree that there's ample to certify the EIR. The question that we have is whether it's historical significance. And I think all the experts tend to agree that it on its own in this building, especially with some changes have been made to it over the years, it doesn't stand as historically significant on its own unless it comes under the master architect. And when you're applying the preponderance of the evidence standard, I don't know how anybody could find that when you have 3 out of the 5 historians find that he was not a master architect. I tend to agree. He was a good architect. He was heavily influenced by Frank Lloyd Wright and adopted a lot of his innovations. But clearly, I think it's clear from the preponderance of the evidence that he was not. And I got to say, I was concerned with, because I know there's a lot of pressure that came from the Carmel Valley Association, but I got to say, with the independent, when I found out that the independent architect, Ms. Painter, went out, and when it was pointed out that the architect wasn't a member of the Pacific Coast Architectural Database, she went and submitted that for him in the middle of rendering her opinion. I had a problem with her, at least appearance of lack of objectivity. So I think the preponderance of the evidence is clear that he was not a master architect, and that's the way I will present it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. So I find myself I feel like I say this every meeting, in a difficult position. But I want to start first by saying how much I appreciate the work that staff has done on this. I think you've really done a terrific job of moving these issues through an appropriate Sequa process and the Historic Resources Review Board. I really thank you so much for everything that you've done. It's really been just done so well. Everything that's happened today here has been very professional, very positive. But I just need to go into some of the history and the background on this. I just want to start by saying that I have been watching this, not even watching, I've been involved with this project very closely since the whole issue started. And I think it's unfortunate that we've ended up where we are today. As much as I appreciate and enjoy watching Tony Lombardo and his expertise, which he certainly has, this is exactly where I did not want us to go. And it makes me sad that we are here today. We heard about the controversy almost immediately when Mr. Stanley first started making very visible and significant changes to the property on the very day of the LUAC meeting that was supposed to be considering his application. As Mr. Lombardo said, he made a mistake. He did. He jumped the gun, he got caught, and it didn't get off to a very good start. But all of that aside, in 2019, I held 2 community meetings to give an opportunity for Mr. Stanley to hear from the Carmel Valley residents and to provide feedback with him and to him. We had almost 200 people at the first meeting. This shows just what an important subject this is to the community that I represent. At the second meeting, we had almost 100 people there. And this one was set up so that Mr. Stanley had more of an opportunity to present what he was going to make as far as changes goes and to get feedback from the public. And that was supposed to be an opportunity for the public to make realistic and reasonable suggestions. And we kept it that way. The comments were not, oh, well, we want him to turn it into a, whatever. This was really very, very straightforward. Mr. Stanley had a vision for Carmel Valley at Mid Valley that was not in sync either with the rural character or with the style or the master plan of Carmel Valley. And I'm fearful here that his approach with this community and our own staff, I not just fear it, I've seen it, has been very adversarial. And I'm sad to say that I witnessed some of the self-induced problems upfront and personal. I attempted to give Mr. Stanley a chance to reconsider his approach, but instead here we are and with a very difficult step that we have to take and try to figure out what we're going to do. I take issue with Mr. Stanley's assertions about a financial hardship. It's primarily because of what my office heard from the tenants, not from any organization back in 2019 that is before all of this started. Mr. Stanley had made many of the existing tenants' lives just really, really difficult. And in some cases contributed to them having to just shut their doors. His concerns that he's raised about losing tenants and customers just don't line up to how he was treating existing small businesses in the center that he acquired as soon as he acquired it. And I think if he talks about bringing financial hardship upon himself, he's the only one that's done that. And he's doing it, he continues to do that. He said that his letter alleged that tenant concerns are being raised by CVA, but that's not an issue that was brought up to me through the Carmel Valley Association. I heard it directly from the business owners in 2019 as they struggled in dealing with him. And if he'd come back with a plan that showed at least some willingness to listen to the feedback from the community early on, I think we would probably be down a path where he was going to start seeing changes at his shopping center, and the community was going to be happy and supportive of it. I really concur with some of the comments when we were talking about whether Olaf Dahlstrom was a master architect or not. The thing that matters about it, I think it was maybe Noel who had said that, is that the significant and contribution of Mr. Dahlstrom to our local community is important. And it's the setting as much as it is anything else. The way the setting of the construction is against the mountains and the hills. It's that sense of place that I think is really important. I know our own third-party expert determined the center qualifies for historic significance in the EIR. And I very much appreciate Supervisor Phillips' comment, but we have the same recommendation. The Historic Resources Review Board felt as well that that it is an historic building that should be retained. The image of it should be retained. The local design professionals in the letter from the Monterey Bay chapter of the American Institute of Architects indicates the same thing. They're responsible and reputable firms and experts. I think the shopping center can qualify and should qualify to be added to the local register. But more than anything else, I just feel like I heard it said that he has said that he's going to withdraw his design approval, but has he done so? No, he said he's going to do it. I hope that he does do it. But I'm afraid that there have been too many things that have happened that made me not feel confident that this is going to go the way that the community wants it to go. And I'm making my decision that I feel like I believe that we should follow the guidance of our staff, that we should follow the guidance of the Historic Resources Review Board, and that we should listen to the local person who indicated that there is significant historic importance to it, and that we should say that it is historically relevant, and that we will be able to work with Mr. Stanley and come up with a plan that works for him, that will make it be a profitable place to be, and that also satisfies the need of the local community. And with that, I think Supervisor Root Askew made a motion when she was making her comments at the original, but I'm not sure that I know if she wants to repeat that comment or not.
Yeah, I just made a motion to approve the staff recommendation to certify the EIR.
Thank you, and I will second that.
Chair, if I may, there are two items before you. One is certifying the EIR, and the other is designating the property as a historic resource. And I just want to state for the record, what Mr. Stanley proposes to do there, whether it's based on the current application or something else, is not before you today. What is before you today is certifying the EIR and making a determination on whether the property should be considered a historic resource. So I just wanted to state that for the record. When you're making a decision on how to vote, you should not be considering what he wants to do or not do with the property.
So it goes back to what I had said, that my decision is being based on following the staff's lead and following the Historic Resources Review Board and following the guidance that we received from our local architect who looked at it as well.
So if the supervisor asked you, did you want to just focus on the EIR? Or did you want to include the second part of the staff recommendation?
I figured we'd take them one at a time, and my motion was for the EIR. So I'll stick with my motion, and we can have a second one.
I'll go ahead and support the approval of the EIR. So could we have a roll call vote, please?
I have question, and certifying the EIR will take up then the question of whether it's a historic in a second.
In the second motion.
vote. Yeah.
Yes.
And procedurally, you need to deal with the environmental issue first, and then the substantive issue second.
Thank you. Ready? Supervisor Lejo? Supervisor Alejo?
I have my hand raised. I had a question after Supervisor Phillips.
You have a question?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, just on the process of this vote for county council. So if you could provide some clarity, usually if we don't, if we vote to not find this to be a historic resource, we usually don't, we make a preliminary decision, but ask staff to come back at a future meeting and provide a record to substantiate, to further substantiate the kind of the intent made in the decision. So, and does the EIR have an impact on that, or can the second issue that we're going to vote on can be made out on its own, or should findings be made also in regards related to that EIR?
So you have two resolutions in front of you, one certifying the environmental impact report, which has the appropriate language to certify the environmental impact report. The environmental impact report does presume that the center is a historic resource. You need to certify that in making a decision. But on the second issue, whether it should be designated historic, if there's a motion to so designate, you have another resolution which makes the appropriate findings today. If there's a motion to deem it not a historic resource, then the direction would be to have staff come back with a revised resolution. It would be a resolution of intent to not designate as a historic resource, with direction to staff to come back with the appropriate resolution making those findings based on the preponderance of the evidence in the record. And then the EIR would need to be revised at whatever point the project comes forward, if there's an application for design approval or something else. Mr. Spencer, did I get that right?
Yes, that's right. Essentially, you can certify the EIR whether the decision is to approve the resolution declaring it historic, or approve a resolution of intent to have staff prepare the alternate resolution. Either way, you can certify the EIR separately under this separate motion and then take up the other issue separately.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. And just for staff, it was also concerning the point that was raised by Supervisor Phillips about one of the hired historians.
So I'm so sorry, Supervisor Alejo, that you said you had a question, and
Yes.
we've already taken all the testimony, and I think I had
No,
indicated that you had
ma'am.
your opportunity to
There was
speak. If you
Dana
have another
Peter
question,
who
I'm happy
made
with
a
that.
submission who shows evidence of not being fair and neutral in making her determination. If she, during the middle of her evaluation,
I'm so sorry,
submitted
but
a
we've
name
closed
to
this.
an architect association, we need to get elaboration from county council and from staff whether that was an appropriate thing to be doing when we're just asking her to give an independent evaluation here. I think that's a point whether that report that was submitted was biased or not.
Oops, I'm going to call the question. Thank you very much.
That
I have
requires a motion to
and
call
a
the question.
second, and I'd like to call the
Madam
question.
Chair, you're not
Can
even
we have a roll
following
call vote,
proper
please?
procedure. You cannot call a question unless you got a first and a second
I have a first and a second to approve the EIR. And
on the
now I'd like
motion,
to
but
call-
I asked a question from county council and from staff. Provide
Correct.
further details on that lack of neutrality in that report.
I'm so
And
sorry.
you're wanting to shrug it off because it's a
Thank
point
you.
that you don't
Okay.
want.
All right, I think that
transparency
we
on.
have county council ready to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. That issue is an issue of credibility for the Board of Supervisors to determine.
Yes, okay. Well, I just want to put on the
Thank you.
record that it loses credibility in my eyes if that's what
Thank
happened.
you very much. Thank you for that comment. And now I'd like to have a roll call vote,
Just want to
please.
put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo,
Yes, on the, yeah.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, now we need to go to the next item, which is to approve the resolution to make the, to approve the historic resources. I'm struggling here with my language.
Yeah, this is an original action by the Board of Supervisors. The Historical Resources Board made a recommendation. So your action is to approve the designation as a historical resource.
Thank you. To consider. Yes, it's a resolution to consider.
Well, the resolution is to approve, so you need, the board here has to make a motion whether to do that.
Right.
Okay. And that is what I would like to do. So I would like I want to go back and make sure that I have the words exactly right so nobody can yell at me about it. I want to adopt a resolution declaring that the Mid-Valley Shopping Center is an historic resource that qualifies for listings on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources. And I make that as a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Getting to my unmute button, I'll second that. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would make a substitute motion. And I must say, I was a little concerned with your comments when you seemed to bash Mr. Stanley. And I got to say, I was going to say something and I didn't, but I can't say that the Carmel Valley Association was the most reasonable. And some of the allegations that they made about him when they came and saw me proved not to be true. So I think it was a fair fight, but I was a little offended by how you made a point to bash someone is before us.
I hear what you're saying.
So,
I was there.
Yeah.
And you were not there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I make
Can
my
I hear your substitute motion?
Yes, substitute motion to find that the Mid-Valley Center is not a historical resource based on the preponderance of substantial information, preponderance of the evidence on the record.
Second.
And Supervisor Askew, do you have your hand up?
I do have my hand up, and the issue, and I would like to just ask, following up on Supervisor Alejo's questions and comments, since this is for our discussion, since we now have a motion on the table and a second motion, in regards to what exactly happened with the consultant. And Craig, is that something, or could we ask staff? I'd like to ask staff to just explain what exactly is being accused. The consultant is being accused of doing. What do we know as a fact, and what's an accusation?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Askew. This is actually news to me as of today. I was unaware, other than through written correspondence between historians. Some of the historians hired by the applicant had pointed out as evidence supporting their conclusion that the Mid-Valley Shopping Center doesn't qualify for listing, that there's a lack of published data around Olaf Dahlstrand as supporting a conclusion that he's not a master. Unbeknownst to me and without direction from me or my knowledge, apparently perhaps the county's EIR consultant, I don't know, added the Olaf Dahlstrand work to a register. That was not there before. It was pointed to as evidence to support the opposite conclusions. So I think that's what's being talked about in terms of what Mr. Gerard said is the credibility here. It wasn't something staff was directing or aware of until
So it could be
hearing.
untrue?
I don't know if it's true or not. I have not done that analysis. It only came to my attention at today's hearing.
May I have a follow-up question? So if something like that were to be true, would that change the staff recommendation?
I'm not sure that staff should end. That's speculation, Supervisor.
Okay, that's fair.
Supervisor Alejo, your hand is raised.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to I'm glad that Supervisor Askew was able to ask the question and not get interrupted. And unlike my questioning was interrupted very disrespectfully. I think this is a valid question about the credibility of a consultant hired by the EIR firm to make a determination. And if indeed it is true that that person submitted the works in that registry, that for me would really invalidate the opinion that was rendered. And so we're creating an administrative record here. And so some of these, why we take credibility more on one side or another is important facts to land on the record. And that's why I wanted clarity on that, because it is an important point. It was raised by Supervisor Phillips. Staff seem to have some understanding that it may or may not have happened, but it begs the question, and we should be provided answers when it was filed and by whom, certainly after today. And if that is the case, we should be concerned about hiring that EIR firm again, if that's the kind of consultants they hire, that in the middle of doing their own analysis, they're doing advocacy and submitting someone's work when they're trying to make a determination, and that's an important consideration in their recommendation to us. That's all.
Thank you. And County Council has comments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I would just point out that the consultant we're talking about is actually a sub-consultant to the EIR consultant. Is that right, Mr. Spencer? Right. So if the current motion were to pass, there would need to be direction to come back with the proper resolution finding that it's not a historical resource. Coupled with that, staff could be directed to report back with any information they can find out about what has been alleged here about the sub-consultant's activities. And that way you would have that information in front of you at the time the resolution were to come back.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I just wonder if anybody's really interested, maybe Mr. Lombardo has the information about verifying what happened on it. It probably isn't relevant at this point. So
we have a motion and a second, and I think Supervisor Phillips, just staff can confer with whatever sources are appropriate or available and bring the facts back to the Board of Supervisors.
Supervisor Phillips, can you put that in your motion, please? I'll substitute motion just to provide that report back next time.
Yeah. Yeah, I could.
Thank you.
On the second stance.
So again, just to clarify, the motion, Supervisor Phillips, is to adopt a resolution of intent to declare the center not a historical resource, direct staff to report back with an appropriate resolution finding that it's not a historical resource, and any evidence or documentation they can find out concerning the designation as was discussed here.
Yes, that's it. Sounds a lot better when you say it.
It makes you sound smart. And if the second holds?
Second holds.
Okay, could we have a roll call vote, please? Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
So I'm sorry, Chair, I need to ask for clarification from council. So given that we don't have, so that the information about the consultant is being challenged, which potentially challenges and puts at question the staff recommendation that's been made, we have the motion is to submit a motion to intent to deny the historic designation. But there's no option within this motion to get clarification about what actually happened with that consultant before we make our decision today.
You will have to vote on another resolution, and that information will be imparted to you as part of the staff report on the resolution that comes back. So you will have that information before you vote on the primary resolution.
Okay, so I'm a no at this point.
And Chair Supervisor Adams? No. Thank you. The motion passes 3-2. Thank you all very much. And with that, I'm going to close item 15 and move on to other board matters, items number 16. And this is the county administrative officer comments.
Madam Chair, we also added an item this morning that I think we'll take up first. Well, first of all, I don't have any comments today, so we could take up the item that was added by the board as an addition, which is in relation to consider authorizing staff to send a letter of support for a bipartisan gun violence prevention legislative proposal. Should a proposal be introduced in either the House or Senate at the federal level, or the Senate or Assembly at the state level, consistent with recently announced framework that we've heard, I think, both at state and federal levels. And that was the addition today to the board's agenda.
And
sorry, go ahead.
will we need a motion to approve that?
We did that this morning.
We did the motion
Yeah.
this morning.
Correct. To put it on.
I think, right. Do we need a motion now to?
Well, let me
approve doing it?
just to make a couple of comments. I think
Okay.
we also have Brent Heberly, our federal lobbyist, who can make a couple of comments about where the current federal framework stands. And I think that we just wanted to clarify that also in 2018, this board did support a letter to the federal government on similar terms to try and get some legislation to prevent gun violence. And yesterday, the legislative committee of your board heard the same request and asked to have it brought to the full board to make a determination about trying to get some support for gun violence prevention legislation. So we just want to make sure that the full board has that opportunity and maybe wanted to make some comments. But before we get the full board's comments, Mr. Heberly, can you just give us an update where we stand at the federal level for such legislation?
Sure, happy to. Good afternoon, everyone. Where we stand is last week, the House of Representatives passed two gun-related pieces of legislation that were fairly far-reaching. The expectation, those bills passed on a partisan vote in the House. It's not expected that they will move as they're currently drafted in the Senate. What we've seen happening in the Senate, you may have heard over the weekend on Sunday, it was announced that a bipartisan group of senators reached an agreement on what they're calling a framework for gun control. I have to be kind of careful with how I characterize this. Some people don't want to characterize it as gun control legislation, but it's gun-related legislation that would tackle certain aspects of the gun violence problem that's plaguing the country. So just very, very quickly, this framework, and again, this is just kind of areas of agreement. We do not have legislative text yet that we've been able to see. The expectation is that we will see that within, I think Senator Schumer said in the Senate today, in the coming days. So hopefully by the end of the week, we'll see legislative text that flushes out the components of the framework. So real quickly, the framework includes about 7 pieces. One of them is enhancing background checks for gun buyers that are under the age of 21. This would allow the FBI to look into juvenile records of individuals under 21 that are looking to purchase a firearm. It would provide incentives for states to adopt red flag laws. These involve, California has a red flag law, as do a lot of other states. There are many that don't. It would also close what we call the boyfriend loophole, and this is expanding the prohibition on individuals who have restraining orders against them beyond just spouses to, again, to boyfriends, or could be girlfriends, whatever the case may be, people that have been involved in a romantic or intimate relationship for a period of time. They have a restraining order against them. They're not, they would be prohibited from purchasing a firearm. They also clarify the definition of what a gun dealer is. And then there's going to be a substantial investment in mental health services for community mental health services around the country. We don't have a figure yet, but it's likely to be in the billions of dollars. And that'll be for services relating, that'll go, to local governments, but also to schools and other mental health providers around the country. And then additional funding also for schools for implementing additional safety measures to prevent school violence. So that's the framework. The trick will be for Congress to actually convert this into legislative language. And once that happens, it will be brought to a vote in the Senate, hopefully within the next few weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. And so now it'll be open for the board to provide direction or authorization as outlined.
Thank you. And can you just remind me, did the motion this morning include federal and state?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Alejo, is that a legacy
Yeah.
hand or?
No,
you had your
no, I
hand up?
wanted to speak on this because it did come
Thank
to
you.
the legislative committee, and I do want to thank Brent for giving the community and the full board some of the concepts, because this is a historic moment. It's a rare moment of bipartisan agreement for the first time in decades. I believe the last time Congress did significant, I would frame it as gun violence prevention legislation, was in the mid 90s. We did the assault rifle ban. And I think during that legislation, gun violence dropped significantly several years after, up until that law expired and was not renewed. But I think in light of the many tragedies, not just Uvalde, where we had a tragedy of 19 children, and I made the announcement during the end of our Board of Supervisors meeting. At that point, the news had reported 14. It rose to 19 deaths of 9, 10, and 11-year-olds, including their 2 teachers. It was just a tremendous tragedy. And it's seen some of the bravery of the parents and other little kids in that situation. It finally, after many similar tragedies, did it move Congress and 10 Republican senators to do what should have been done long ago, and that is reach reasonable gun violence prevention legislation. And and I think any letter we send out, we should declare our intent that this should be a start, that there's much more that could be done in terms of those background checks, in terms of minors or those under 21 being able to purchase assault rifles. There's other good, reasonable, sound legislation that should be taken up and approved by Congress after this package of legislation. But because we are the representatives on issues like this, and since we do have a federal lobbyist, this is our opportunity on behalf of our residents to weigh in and say, yes, Monterey County supports this historic legislation. It's long overdue, and much more should be done for the sake of all our kids who we've lost in Uvalde and many other mass tragedies throughout our country. Children, adults, seniors, people of all ages, of all backgrounds have been victims to this violence. And last point I would make is that it's just not mass tragedies elsewhere. Here in Monterey County, we have mass shootings and tragedies. They don't happen all at once. They happen gradually over a year. And there were moments in some years in our history where we had some of the highest gun violence, homicide rates in the state, especially impacting our youth, especially impacting Latino families. It has been a tremendous loss to our community. And so this is something that matters to Monterey County. It matters to trying to keep our communities free of gun violence as much as possible, and for the protection of our young people and our families in our communities, especially when representing Salinas. They deserve their leaders to stand up in these moments. And if we could get more guns off the street and prevent people who shouldn't get guns from having them in the first place, it's worth supporting here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to make the motion at the right time.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Supervisor Root Askew.
I'll second your motion, Supervisor Alejo, and just wanted to reiterate and thank this board for the action that you took before I joined in 2018 to add a provision that addresses gun violence in our legislative platform and approving a resolution that very clearly spoke to the need for federal action to prevent gun violence in our country. Supervisor Alejo and I had a chance to talk about this a little bit yesterday at the legislative committee. And while the county legislative platform and past resolution very clearly give our legislative team authority to proceed with sending a letter, it was an issue that we felt was appropriate to bring to the full board so that everyone had a chance to weigh in. So that's why we've asked to have it as an urgency item today. The other thing that I'll just add, and I think Supervisor Alejo speaks to it very eloquently and clearly, this is not something that happens elsewhere. Gun violence is a plague on our community. Gun violence results in upwards of 100 trauma wounds that are treated at Natividad Medical Center every year, and upwards of an average of 50 deaths in Monterey County. That's criminal acts, that's self-inflicted acts of violence. But without easy access to guns, those numbers would be reduced and our community would be safer, our children would be safer, our communities would not have to and should not have to live with this kind of fear. The legislation that Brent is sharing that is great that it's moving forward, but I thank you, Brent, for moderating the language that you use in terms of describing what's happening at the Senate. The need for urgent and decisive action from our federal leadership. This is one tiny step forward that's being proposed, and the need for much more in terms of putting policy in place, policy that's widely supported by people in our country. The need for federal policy goes much farther than what's on the table. But because it is moving forward, we did want to make sure that Monterey County was clearly on record of support. I'll wrap up my comments, but just want to thank the 200 residents who rallied at Windows on the Bay this weekend, clearly communicating that they expect leadership from their elected leaders. And I think this is one small thing that we can do today to show that we are aligned with common sense gun reform. Thank you
very much. Is there any other member of the board that wishes to comment? Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I too thank Supervisor Alejo for bringing this forward. And I got to say, this is one issue where I have over the years disagreed with a lot of my Republican colleagues. I think probably I was always influenced by living a year before I came here in Australia and New Zealand, where guns weren't prominent in their lives. And I became much more aware of it when I came here. And when I came here in 71, we never, ever saw a kid with a gun. And then it just escalated where kids had the hands in the guns. And I still remember we had work crews from the probation department working at the ranch when we were just getting started. And I was selling some equipment to given to us, weight, and this young kid wanted to have the weight thing. He was about 14 and a half, 15. And his dad was dead and no one could. So I said, we'll put it in my truck and I'll take it there for you. I'm driving the kid. Like I said, he's about 15 and real nice kid. And I said, well, what are you in probation for? And he said, oh, I had a loaded 9mm. And I remember stopping the truck, and he said, it's all right, Judge, I'm not doing that anymore. But this nice 15-year-old kid was carrying a 9mm gun. And so I truly concur that maybe this doesn't go far enough, but it's a start that we have to do for protecting all of us. So,
thank you for your comments, Supervisor Phillips.
I won't reiterate the comments of my colleagues. I'll just say that I support them. I know we've had a long meeting today, and I just really appreciate the context laid out by my colleagues. And I'll share, last night I was at another fentanyl forum in Soledad that we put on in partnership with the city, the mayor, behavioral health. And, you look at everything happening to our communities across the board, and you can't assume that they're happening in silos, right? And the access for children to these dangerous drugs and these dangerous weapons is real in our community. And so I think some of these necessary common sense steps couldn't be more timely, and I appreciate my colleagues bringing this forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. The last comment I'll make is that I think Supervisor Alejo said it just so well, that we have such gun violence in our community. I mean, if we count it up, here it's just done one by one by one by one by one. And there have been so many instances just in the last 5 years that it's heartbreaking. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes something like a Uvalde for people to finally rally. And I'm very thankful that we have. Thank you very much. So we have I believe Supervisor Alejo wanted to make the motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve support and send out a support letter to our federal legislators on the bipartisan compromise gun violence prevention legislation and any related state legislation as well.
Thank you. And I'll second that motion. Could we please have a roll call vote? Oh, is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on it? Darn. I don't see any member of the public coming forward, and I'm not seeing any members in the audience online. So could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. That item closes, and we will now go to board comments. Nothing from Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor.
There's only one that I can't pass on today, and that is that yesterday we had the opportunity to break ground on the amazing project this board approved in San Lucas. And I'll share that I spent Sunday painting shovels, and I put up a joke on social media saying you might be shocked, but there's no budget for golden shovels. I was corrected on Monday when staff showed up with some extras and said, actually, we do set aside a few for that purpose. And so we had more than enough shovels so that at the end of the day we could let the kids know that each one of them got to keep their shovel. And for them, that was the coolest thing. They were signing each other's shovels as memories of that day. And Monica from my office, well stolen from Supervisor Phillips's office, made them, we bought hard hats and she made them custom logos. It said San Lucas groundbreaking. So I want to thank Supervisor Alejo for coming out and joining us, Mr. Carvey, Mrs. Riley, and the entire community for showing up at 10 a.m. on a Monday to break ground. We had about 50 people there. It was a great celebration of the power of voice and the power of letter writing and community. And it was brought all the way down to the power of literacy and that need and ability for someone to express themselves in writing to make change in their community. So thank you to Supervisor Phillips for your support from CDBG to get it to this full board, to get that 5-0 vote, to get that community, that investment that they are so excited for. It about 3 months, and hopefully we can all go down and do a little ribbon cutting when it's all completed. Thank you.
We'll take a van. Thank you so much. Again, congratulations. Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you. Yep, I've got a few to announce.
Okay.
Just want to announce that on Wednesday, tomorrow afternoon from 4 to 5 o'clock, we're hosting a community meeting on Zoom. We'll be welcoming some conversation with our Monterey County LGBTQ plus employee resource group with members of the resource group and our CRO Juan Rodriguez and Nadia Velarde from the Civil Rights Office. So everyone's welcome to join us. 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, we'll be on Facebook streaming live. And then this weekend, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew about all of the Juneteenth holiday events that are taking place, and to thank Supervisor Adams for making that referral and for the county for taking that step forward to recognize Juneteenth. We have 2 events happening in District 4 on Saturday, one at Hartnell from 12 to 6 p.m. and another one at Laguna Grande Park in Seaside starting at 1 p.m. And then on Sunday, just a shout out to all of the fathers out there. It's hard work raising kids, and we're lucky to have so many caring parents in our community. So I think I'm looking at you, Supervisor Lopez. And then one other announcement is that on June 21st, I'm really looking forward to the presentation from Housing and Community Development staff on the 21 Elements, which is a multi-year, multi-phase collaboration of all 21 San Mateo County jurisdictions, along with their partner agencies, to support developing, adopting, and implementing local housing policies and programs. This is something that our Housing Advisory Committee has been looking into and brought forward. And I am pleased that it will be coming to the full Board of Supervisors so that we can learn more about how other jurisdictions are coordinating on their housing planning work. So thanks so much for running a great meeting today, Mary.
Congratulations. Thank you. Supervisor Alejo,
I just wanted to start by wishing Supervisor Lopez and Phillips a happy Father's Day. I think it's important that we all cherish our fathers while we have them. This is the second year not having my father with me, but I want to wish all our fathers throughout Monterey County blessings this weekend and good celebrations with their families. I also wanted to comment on San Lucas because it was a historic day. It was a beautiful moment, and I hope that all of us could go down for when the streets and the sidewalks are completed. Because for me, this was one of the best moments in public service, that you're able to see a historically disadvantaged community, mostly farm worker families, whose kids got engaged with Supervisor Lopez's office and their remarkable teacher to write letters, to petition their government, to bring some of the most basic services to their community. And I know that when those streets are completed, it's going to look beautiful, and it's going to be one of those clear examples where this board, by unanimous decision, voted to send resources to communities that have asked for so long, and finally they're getting their attentions met. I hope that we could all be there to support them and show them that this board is committed and that we want to do more and helping other rural disadvantaged communities also get some of these basic services. So thank you. Good job on that, Supervisor Lopez. I was very moved by yesterday's event there with the families. I also want to congratulate our Military and Veterans Affairs Office and all the partners who are making the Stand Down Veterans Transition Center, the Stand Down 2020. It is sponsored primarily by this Board of Supervisors, but it is this weekend on Friday and on Saturday, 2 days at the Monterey Fairgrounds. And I believe it starts at 8 o'clock. And I just want to encourage my colleagues, if they want to stop by and visit and take some photos and just be there to support our veterans, that would be a beautiful thing. I know the veterans would appreciate it either on Friday and Saturday, and you could always reach Jason and coordinate with him about stopping by. And last thing I wanted to mention is that I'm after 2 years of not having it, I'm restarting my Young Supervisors Summer Leadership Academy. It's usually held throughout July. We've had great cohorts in the past, but want to encourage any high school students or college students to, if you're interested in learning about how local county government works, help you build your resume. We write letters of recommendation later for the students who participate, give them a certificate of recognition, doing things that could help build up their experience and their perspectives and give back to the community, but also helping them to have more opportunities as they apply for scholarships and to universities in the future. So the application is on my website, or they could always call my office or email me or contact me through social media, but wanting to, again, restart this for the youth of Monterey County. And they don't have to live in Salinas. It is primarily students from Salinas, but we will not turn any young person away who is willing to get to our county building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of quick things. We have a couple of projects happening in Carmel Valley related to Carmel Valley Road. If you're interested in learning about proposed roundabout at the intersection of Carmel Valley Road and Morelos Grade, we're going to be having a community meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 15th at 5:30 p.m. It was going to be in person, but we have determined it's a good idea for us to do it remotely. So we're going to be doing it by Zoom, and you can get the information through my office. The Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee will also be holding a special meeting by Zoom on June 23rd at 10 a.m., the purpose of which is to discuss the proposed changes to Carmel Valley Road that are needed for the Rancho Cañada Villages project. If you'd like more information on this meeting, please contact my office. Thank you very much. And I will look to you. Oh, is there any public who wishes to comment on the board comments, or any board members that wishes to comment on the public comments of the board comments?
There was one person missed. Happy Father's Day, Les.
About that, Les.
And then Nick's out in the audience, so happy Father's Day to you too. Thank you. Everybody gets a happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you too, and to me, and to you. So with that in mind, I will now go to County Council and see if there's a readout from closed session today.
There's nothing to report out today, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I will happily adjourn today's meeting. Thank you and see you all soon.